Meanwhile, Mayor Adams continues to say he's not worried about the FBI probe of City Hall.
And so years from now, I see myself again raising my right hand, being called the mayor of the city of New York.
The feds who are reportedly investigating whether Mayor Adams took illegal donations from Turkey in return for favors, now apparently looking to see if the mayor had interactions with Israel, China, Qatar, South Korea, and Uzbekistan. Secret Service agent in charge of former President Trump's July 13th rally in Pennsylvania was made aware of credible intelligence of a threat against the former president, but did not pass it along to her supervisor. That is some of the findings in a Senate report on the assassination attempt that was released today. The 94-page document finds every single one of the failures that day on the part of the Secret Service was preventable. A new poll finds the 2024 race for the White House can't get a whole lot closer. Former President Trump leads Vice President Kamala Harris by 1 point in a Quinnipiac University survey. Harris led the same poll by 1 point when it was taken back in August.
Can you do the pasta?
Okay.
I'm coming from LaGuardia to Manhattan, and I have appointment, you know. So, you know that cream you ask me, they don't understand what I'm talking about, so I'm gonna go show them the sample, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
New London, they have it in a big portion, like 80 mg, and they always write, you know, 30 mg, so this is why we get the wrong one, the small one, you know what I mean? They need to write 80 mg, then New London will give us the big one, the same.
I see.
Also, they recommend me to do MMR, you know, MMR vaccine. Did you do that?
Yeah.
It's good for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Where you do it, in the hand or in your ass?
In the head, yes.
So that clip you sent me, that's your brother? Who is the guy with the red shirt?
The red shirt.
I sent you a picture, like, it was some video, I don't know if it was his party.
I don't know.
I sent you a picture of a guy with a red shirt, like, look like Philippine party. I don't know if your brother birthday party.
No, it's not.
It's what?
It's not my brother.
Oh, it's somebody else. You know that person?
I don't know.
Oh. They all look the same. Yeah, I just dropped some lady in LaGuardia. There's no ride back. And I have appointment at 11, so I said, let's do the live, you know. You know how to do the live? A problem, or you know how to do the pasta?
No, it's done.
Done deal?
Yeah.
Done deal, done deal. Yeah, maybe I go to the storage. Yeah, Manhattan mini storage to drop something. Bambina in school, what time you pick her up?
4.
Send me schedule of the hours that I know.
No, the only difference is Tuesday because she's swimming.
Only Tuesday 5:30,
Yeah.
and all the rest of the day 4:30,
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Only Wednesday you said 5:30.
Tuesday.
Only Tuesday 5:30. Oh.
Yeah.
In Queens there's a long line to pick up the food. Tuesday 5:30. Long live the king. Long live the king. Tuesday, let me take a note. Tuesday 5:30, all the rest 4:30, yeah?
Yeah.
Tuesday 4:30. Tuesday 4:30, yeah? 5:30.
5:30.
And the rest 4 o'clock? 4 or 4:30? The rest of the days.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. She's smart. She's one time tell me, Daddy, eyes on the road, hand on the wheels. I don't know where you learned that. Yesterday you told her, I give you the 10, you give me the 20. She said, no way. You
Oh,
tell
wait,
her,
who say?
huh? Yeah, she said, what she said, 20 is more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody called me, I don't know if it's watching the live. He wanted me at 2 o'clock to take him from our neighborhood to Coney Island. I told him $100. I said, okay. I don't like to do private jobs, people I don't know, you know. Sometimes they approach me in the airport. One lady the other day in Newark. Oh, take me to Manhattan. Excuse me, I only take from the app, you know. Yeah, I don't have app, but I have cash. You show me money. I said, sorry, no, I'm not taking people outside the system, you know what I mean? What happened, there's like a trap, those people, you know, they trap driver, get excited, but it's not allowed, so they get ticket, you know. But I know those, like a trap, you know, like undercover cops.
Yeah.
So I avoid them. But a lot of new drivers, they don't know, they get excited. Oh, poor lady, I take her. Then she show a badge, officer, police, pull over. Because only yellow taxi allowed to pick up from the street, not, we only via appointment, you know. So, I'm gonna ask this guy how he know about me, why he prefer me over. Just you can click any Uber, Lyft to get the same or less price, you know what I mean? You have to question those questions, you know. Yesterday I had a guy, he wanna smoke from fancy building. I'm sorry, no smoking. He said, what's your problem with electric cigarette? But even electric cigarette can have smell effects, you know what I mean? I said, no good for me, no good for me, Chichi, no good. He said, okay, look, did you dress her nice, jacket? Look like windy today.
Yeah.
Windy, gonna be rain. I need to do inspection for the car. Got a message, I have 5 days to do inspection.
Okay, bye.
Laundry, dishes. Are you gonna make my bed or are you gonna take over my blanket?
Oh,
You comfortable in my blanket, huh? You sitting on my blanket.
no.
The white blanket, you sit on it all day yesterday.
Okay.
Rent. How are you saying? Rent. You sit on my queen chair, rent. You sit on my white blanket, rent. She said, money. I said, money, what are you talking about? You sit in my chair. Who teach her all this stuff? Do you want me to ask Dr. Clarice something for you?
No.
Did you see that thing I got you yesterday? The cream, I don't know what is for? Like for the hair or for the face?
What?
I got you that green cream yesterday. It's on your
Cream?
desk. Huh? You see it?
No, what cream?
You put it on, Aya clothing on the top. That green box.
Oh, okay.
You use it?
No,
I forgot what it was, for hair or face.
for face.
Yeah, try it. It's Japanese new style. Check out that store. It's 20th Street and 600. Take Aya. It's like 5 below.
Another expense.
No, they're
I
cheaper. They're cheaper than 5 below. You'll be surprised. Everything is $1, $2.
I know, but I have the grass cutter project. I got this.
Grass cutter budget.
Yeah.
Grass.
I
How much
didn't
is
know
the
it-
grass cutter budget?
I didn't know it's expensive. I thought it's only $50, but it's not.
How much is that?
300.
Get one from here. Send it to him.
It takes time.
What do you want? A Cadillac of the... You want the expensive latest model? Get him a used one.
No, they don't like that in the Philippines.
They don't like used one. They want... What, you got electric or gas? Which one?
I don't know. We are convincing. We are looking for a cheaper one.
No, $300.
Yeah. So that's my
We don't have grass cutter,
dilemma now.
but you got the advance money. How much you got?
The money that I got from you, I use it to buy the pig.
Oh, really? So what?
Yeah.
They want you to buy the pig and the machine?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, they
no.
don't. They don't ask. I offer.
Oh,
because I
Shishko.
thought the grass cutter is cheap, but it's not.
It's gonna be 600 with both of them.
Yeah.
Oh, shish kebab. This is really a pig.
It's my fault.
But they
because
buy the pig already.
Yeah, they buy the pig already.
They eat it already.
Yeah.
They didn't left you something.
No.
Oh my goodness, poor pig. That's not kosher.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go on Lambo Bridge now. I hope I'm not gonna be late. There's so much traffic. 11:30 my appointment, so I'm gonna go to the taxi place, and I hope sometimes there's no parking there. Let's see how long to get, because the UN schmuck, they block all the road.
Yeah.
But what's good, they're in the same street of the taxi parking. They're like 2 blocks, you know what I mean?
Let's take FDR.
Sometimes, you know what I do? I take a bike, like an e-bike, to go there and come back to make it faster. So, like they say, 11:05, just about time. 11:05 or 11:10, I'll be there. 20 minutes to run. This guy Louis from 19th Street wanna go at 1 o'clock. I told him I prefer 2 o'clock. He said okay. So let's see. Check the live. See who's in the live. You see, if I have 1 hour, 2 hours, it's good to do live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm empty anyway. See, Sally Scapio.
Check your translation.
Good morning.
Tap the camera. Choose translation.
Miguel, Dave E.
The story. Get real-time
Miriam.
translation.
Go to the live, say hello.
Left.
Yeah, I'm in the Lambo Bridge now. Why they call it Lambo Bridge? Is that my bridge? Because I always use it. Nani. Yep. There was MJ behind the voice. MJ sleeping.
In 1.1 miles, exit to FDR Boulevard, First Avenue, Uptown.
Hulu. What's up? Yep. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Mami Casti, like, share, subscribe. Mami Casti. Like, share, subscribe. Mami Casti. YouTube. Share to X, share to YouTube, share to Twitter, share to Facebook, share to Facebook. Facebook, share to Facebook.
One of the Israelis went in on the ground.
Yeah.
and conducted a campaign
Share the Pfizer.
Hezbollah killing a number of IDF soldiers and capturing three of them. That was W7 did not accomplish the mission. Far more casualties than they thought, and all their service chiefs were released. 18 years later, the Israelis have exquisite intelligence, considerably more military capacity. They know it'll be a challenge, and what they're doing right now, by the walkie-talkie pager explosions, the killing of Hezbollah leaders in Beirut, taking down Rodwin, the elite organization of special ops forces, the 1,600 sorties the other day. That's all designed to tell Nasrallah, pull back, and voluntarily pull back, or we're going to have to force you back. It's also preparing for a ground invasion.
It's amazing what's going on. General Jack Keane, thanks so much. Invaluable information. Back in a moment.
It's Brian Kilmeade on Talk Radio 77 WABC. Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes or overweight or high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to get you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085. 800-555-2085 or BigLou.com.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here, author of the #1 best-selling narrative history series in the world. Today I'm here to talk about my new book, Confronting the President. Reactions to Biden, Confronting the President, gives insightful portraits of all 45 U.S. chief executives. Who were these men really? Please read Confronting the President, available now.
Paid for by St. Martin's Press. At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners, so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
This is In Commando, CV Tech Update.
With the war being waged against Israel by Hamas, Hezbollah, and Hezbollah's benefactor Iran, we now see a future of electronic warfare that no one ever imagined. First, the simultaneous explosion of I'm Jim Commando from AI machine learning for free at netflix.com/pro. Over the last 24 hours, there is a conspicuous QR code, and once scanned, the phone is instantly instructed to transfer all of its data to Israeli forces. Then the phone is bricked. That is, it becomes a useless piece of electronic garbage, suitable only for throwing at something. While this war brings a very real potential engulfing the entire region, it's striking to see a non-lethal but powerful weapon is ordered to burn no one. There's still time to enter to win a brand new iPhone 16 at winfromkim.com. What does the future hold for business? Ask 9 experts and you'll get 10 different answers. Rates rising or falling, inflation being up or down. Can someone please invent a crystal ball? Until then, over 38,000 businesses have future-proofed their business with NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud ERP, bringing accounting, financial management, and HR into one single platform. With one unified business management suite, there's one source of truth, giving you the visibility and control you need to make quick decisions. With real-time insights and forecasting, you are peering into the future with actionable data. When you're closing the books in days, not weeks, you're spending less time looking backwards and more time on what's next. The inevitable holds many possibilities. And nobody's harmed. And speaking of opportunity, you can now download the CFO's Guide to AI and Machine Learning at netsuite.com/camp. The guide is free to you at netsuite.com/camp. netsuite.com/camp.
Madison Square Garden and real New York.
77 WABC celebrates Hispanic Heritage Day on Thursday, September 26th. Sponsored by Goya. Goya's black beans have won awards internationally. Plump and full of flavor. Find them at your local grocery store. If it's Goya, it has to be good. It's the Rev and the Rabbi every Sunday morning at 7.
This is Rabbi Joseph Batasik. This is Reverend A.R. Bernard. Join us every Sunday for the Rev and the Rabbi.
Don't miss this dynamic duo, the Rev and the Rabbi, every Sunday morning at 7. If you missed the show, download the 77 WABC app or listen to the podcast at WABCRadio.com.
Join us for the Rev and the Rabbi
Every Sunday morning at 7.
right here on 77 WABC. Talk Radio 77 WABC. Breaking news, unique opinions. Hear it all on the Brian Kilmeade Show.
You know, we're a little low, General Jack Keane, but you talk about a guy that, speaking to Trump, talking to the administration, and talking to to President Zelensky, I think it's pretty valuable to get as much information as possible. Coming up next, we're going to take a break from politics, take a break from what's happening in war. Matt Walsh. He wrote, of course, he hosts the Matt Walsh Show, but he actually came up and did this reality show, and the theme of What is a Woman? He says, am I racist? And he's just mocking the political correctness out there today. In a way, goes in disguise to a degree, not like Borat did. And just by letting them speak, understand the stupidity which is among us, and hopefully how far we've come since the crazy days and the George Floyd stuff and everything around the Black Lives Matter movement. Brian Kilmeade Show, so glad you're here.
New York proud. New York loud.
Let's be true. Right now he's got some disciples that are in trouble. They resigned yesterday. David Banks, his brother's in trouble too. He was education, the new school. What an embarrassment. I'm Brian Kilmeade. Listen to my show, 10 to noon. NYPD officer Jonathan Diller's tragic story made national headlines this year. Jonathan was shot and killed by a career.org.
This is a 77 WABC News Road Election Update.
Both the Trump and Harris campaigns.
My husband had no idea how long we were paying $156 a month to $29 a month for car insurance. I've been handling our finances for years now, and this was our best budgeting move I've made for us. If you don't know about auto insurance, it's a site. I left a link down below for you. Go in there, you answer a few simple questions about your year, your name, your model. It literally takes 2 minutes. This is how I found the same exact car insurance for $100 cheaper. Check out the link and thank you later.
During NFL games.
Harris made a big buy with the National Football League, and the spot was good. She is a good performer. For the low information, that's the cliche voter, the spot was effective. And the fact that she bought the time in the NFL means that she's going after working class men.
O'Reilly admits he really wants to help return Trump to the White House.
Donald Trump should do a 30-second spot looking into the camera and saying, I just want to tell you that I have been tortured. If you look at my 4-year record, you'll know that I helped working and middle-class Americans come overseas. I worked hard for you.
CBC News.
Hey, New York City, we want you this election. Sign up to be a poll worker or interpreter and dive right into the action. Help your neighbors vote. Conduct. We are hiring poll workers and interpreters for sites across New York City. So, sign up today and help us make election day success. To get more information and apply online, visit pollworkers.vote.nyc.
2024 Mazda CX-30, 2.5S Select all-wheel drive, lease for only $189 a month. Or buy a new 2024 Mazda CX-50 or CX-30 and get 0% for 36. More savings, more selection, and now more award-winning service. Ramsey Mazda is the proud recipient of the 2023 President's Club Award and the 2023 Cars.com Consumer Satisfaction Award at Ramsey Mazda, Route 17 North in Ramsey, New Jersey. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. Call 888-885-2970 for lease details. Excludes tax, title, and registration. Zero security deposit. VIN number RM639A1. MSRP 28725. VIN number RN220827. MSRP 32520.
כן, כן. בסדר, יופי.
שאתה פה פנייה...
כן, אני לא ידעתי איך לעשות את זה, כי אני כבר לא גר בדירה, אז הכל מבוטל, הכל בסדר. כן. זה כביכול חשמל, גז, ואם גם יש אינטרנט, אין חשמל, גז ואוויר. כן. שהיו כביכול. אולי בעתיד יהיה לי הרשאות חדשות, אז זה סיפור אחר. יופי, כל טוב, חזק ואמיץ, כל טוב, תודה שם. Lot of traffic. You in traffic.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
It's again up $11 to $2,688 the ounce. Market digesting some new home sales data and looking ahead Friday to another read on inflation included in the personal income and spending data. I'm Ron Insana for New York 710 WOR.
Jesse Kelly.
This is now attempt number 2 on Donald Trump's life. Yet another street communist woke up and decided to murder Donald Trump. I don't know whether he can use PAC money for this, reasonably personal money. Donald Trump needs to begin spending an obscene amount of money on elite-level private security, or I believe, I'm not even sure he's going to make it to the election.
Jesse Kelly. Unleashed, unapologetic, unavoidable radio. 710 WOR.
Hey, if you heat your home with oil, you gotta hear this. Low-price home heating oil now available to WOR listeners at a fixed price. It can save you hundreds of dollars a year on your home heating bill. If you think you're paying too much to heat your home, pick up the phone, dial #250, say the keywords heating oil right now, and see how much you can save on heating oil. Sloman's Home Heating Oil Service Center. Staff 24/7, mechanics available 24/7. Make sure you're never left out in the cold.
Roosevelt Island Trump.
Say the keywords heating oil, #250, and say heating oil. It's now for WOR listeners. If you're paying too much, you can save yourself a lot of money. And the home heating oil hotline is on right now to see how much you can save on home heating costs. So don't wait. Call right now. Remember, you get the best service 24/7. Dial #250 and say the keywords heating oil. Dial #250
and say the keywords eating oil.
Did you overindulge on your summer vacation? You can lose those extra pounds quickly with the help of NJ Diet. It will only take you 40 days to lose the contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. No hormones, no prepackaged meals, and best of all, no shots. Call Dr. T, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds. njdiet.com. Call Dr. T at 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com today.
In today's Marketers Report, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Genentech, weighs in on audio's ability to reach any audience.
Everyone is listening somewhere, somehow. So it's a great way to take something very precise in what we're trying to do to reach patients with something that I think we can all agree is somewhat broad in reaching many, many different audiences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. The following paid commercial advertisement.
From the Wall Street Sweeper Money Desk, we're with Russ Hackman, president of Hackman Wealth Partners. And Russ, it's all about retirement planning with you, but why worry about taxes in retirement? I mean, don't we all go down to a lower tax rate?
It is a common misunderstanding that your tax rates are going to go down in retirement. In fact, the government is coming to tax your 401k and IRA money.
With the
and if
UN
you look
nation.
at the schedule of what may happen to you, in many cases, people are escalating taxes in retirement. You want to have a tax plan in place to make sure that that doesn't happen to you.
Next 5, it's a comprehensive review about your financial life at no cost, no obligation with Hackman Wealth Partners. 212-369-0100. 212-369-0100. 212-369-0100.
Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Capital Management, LLC, BCM, a registered investment advisor. BCM and Hackman Wealth are independent of each other. Insurance products and services are not offered through BCM, but are offered in full through individually licensed and appointed agents.
The Wall Street Sweeper with Russ Hackman, Sunday mornings at 9 on 710 WOR.
Take all your favorite WOR hosts with you. We're always available on the free iHeartRadio app.
Sean Hannity here. Imagine the looks you're going to get with a radiant, brilliant smile. Imagine your newfound confidence in getting compliments on your smile. The doctors at Smart Arches Dental Implant Centers, they're ready to make this your reality. And they have locations all throughout New York, plus Brick and Monroe, New Jersey, as well as Media, Bartonsville, and Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Schedule a free consultation by going to smartarchesdental.com and select radio in the drop-down. You'll get up to $8,000 off your dental implant arch procedure, plus an additional $1,000 off when you show up for your first appointment. Visit smartarchesdental.com. Call toll-free 800-804-0174. Mention radio 800-804-0174. And don't wait to have your dream smile. And seniors 55 plus get an extra 5% off. Call 800-804-0174 or just go to their website, smartarchesdental.com. And don't forget to mention radio. Get your smile back, get your life back.
What's the best place to reach new customers for your business? Wherever they are. And that's exactly where you can be with iHeartMedia. We talk to our listeners everywhere, from the car to the gym to the kitchen. Your next customer is listening. And not only can we get your message to your audience, also show you how it's working in real time. That goes for broad brand messaging and targeted hyperlocal influencer campaigns alike. Start growing your business today. Dial pound 250 and say great results. That's pound 250, say great results.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations, like the Beatles Now and Then. Just search Beatles and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Prostate cancer surgery elsewhere deforms, leaks, impairs, even shortens penis. Reasons men with prostate cancer seek Dr. Lederman. Experience, most insurances accepted. 1384 Broadway, call Dr. Lederman, 212 choices. 212 choices.
Mr. New York.
Mark Simone, you're the best.
710 WOR.
Well, Roger Friedman, the great entertainment reporter, now he's got an excellent website. Great stories. He gets new stuff every day. Just keep checking it. Showbiz411.com. Showbiz411.com. Roger Friedman, how you doing?
I'm good. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, first thing I want to ask you, we haven't talked to you in a while. Tell me everything you know about P. Diddy. What the hell is this guy up to?
You know, it's a strange. I'm torn about P. Diddy because I used to go to his parties in the Hamptons, and I also went to his, I think, 30th birthday party at Chip Reilly downtown. This was all in the early 2000s. And I know that the parties that I went to in the summer in the Hamptons, the 4th of July parties, we would be there during the day. And then they sort of cleared out the people who'd been there during the day because they were going to have something else at night with celebrities and who knows what. Well, this is what they were doing.
We should point out, when you see all these celebrities with, he had the white party and all these parties, this has nothing to do with these filthy sex things. These were separate. These were normal.
Right. Now, the woman who is suing him today and is all over the papers, she says this happened in 2001. I don't doubt her. But it feels like a lot of these things happened later on in the 2000s and afterwards, because in the early 2000s, he was really working hard. He had the record company. They were putting out a lot of hits. And but I will tell you one story that happened to me at one of those 4th of July afternoon parties, because we were getting ready to leave the party. It was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And he came up to me with a little wicker basket full of brownies. And he says, here's dessert, because there had been food everywhere. Yeah. So he says, here's dessert. So he says, do you like brownies? I said, I love them. And he literally popped it into my mouth. Well, I was so stoned.
What?
That my friends still talk about it. Yes. It was totally loaded with marijuana. I had no idea. I went to get the car from the valet, and then I was driving a bunch of people. He lives next to Donna Karen, way out in a corner of East Hampton. It's very hard to find. And I got the car, and my friends who I was driving will never forget telling this story, that I was laughing my head off and hitting the brake every 5 feet. I don't know how we got back to Main Street.
So you were
hysterical.
You were driving like Leonardo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street.
Totally. Yeah. Totally. In fact, that's a great thing. And when I saw that, I thought of it. And I was totally stoned, and I'm assuming that other people he gave the brownies to did the same thing. So
I think that's a crime. That's actually against the law to give somebody drugs without their knowledge.
I'm from the 60s and 70s, so I didn't feel that way. And I was laughing. Of course, my passengers were not happy. They were scared to death. And they probably took a toll on my brakes. But that was I was drugged by T. Diddy. That could be my National Enquirer headline.
Yeah. Hey, for years, Wendy Williams was always talking about this stuff she was the one always claiming he was doing these crazy things. Nobody believed her. But through the years, she kept saying this was going on with him.
Well, I don't know. That house is a big modern sort of architecture. It's on the water, and it has a swimming pool. There was a girl standing on line to go to the bathroom behind me at one point, and my friend who I was there with, she was also on the line, and this girl was wearing a bikini, and she had been dancing on a sort of a bridge that had been set up over the pool. And so she was like a go-go dancer. And then when we met her, we said, what do you do? And she said, I was hired to work here. I'm supposed to comfort people.
Do you remember the backyard had a bed, a 50-foot bed?
Yeah.
He had a bed 50 feet with a 50-foot mat. It was like 50 by 50, this bed.
I don't, he has, I have to say, I'm torn, but I do know.
Torn? What are you torn about?
I'm torn because I kind of liked him at the time, but I also knew that he was very charming, but I also knew that he had a very violent temper. That he went to a record executive's office around that time and with his bodyguards and beat the hell out of them with a champagne bottle.
Wow.
Because he was mad about something. And the J-Lo story, we all know that about the nightclub, right? And he kind of sort of almost ruined this guy's life. He sent the guy to jail in his place. His name is Shine Barrow, and he's from Belize, Shine Barrow. He finally got out of jail. I think he was in jail 7 years for Puffy. And now he's like an ambassador from Belize. And for a long time, he kept quiet about what had happened. And then just recently on Instagram, he finally sort of admitted that he'd been used by Puffy. So No, he has the actual record of things that he's done is just terrible.
Well, you know, a great leader once told me, he says, all the most brutal dictators ever were very charming, from Hitler to Putin to Castro. That's how they rose to power. They were very charming. So forget that he was charming. What's to be torn about? I mean, the guy clearly is a monster.
No, it's obvious, and you know, thank goodness that it's coming together. Now, the children put a message up on Instagram today. Did you see that?
Yeah. But
and they said, because people are, the big urban myth is that he somehow killed Kim Porter, the mother of his children, and because she died of pneumonia, a very strange thing during good weather. She was only 47. So, but I don't think that's true. I think she probably just died of pneumonia.
Yeah.
But the other things, yes, the other things are likely true, and it's interesting to see that it's all coming out now. I don't know. I don't think we'll ever see him again. I think he'll be in jail for the rest of his life.
I agree. Hey, Roger Friedman, you used to work at New York Magazine. Do you ever know this Olivia Nuzzi, whatever her name is?
No, Olivia Nuzzi is young enough to be my daughter, number one.
Well, that didn't stop any Keith Olbermann or RFK.
No, that's true. Well, listen, RFK, you know what we think of him, and he's more responsible for this than I think she is, although she, as a journalist, is probably ruined from this coming out. She's completely ruined. But on the other hand, his wife better get it together and leave him. How can she turn, a deaf ear to this? It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, but if you marry a guy who's from the Kennedy family, what did you expect? He's a Kennedy.
Well, the only answer I have about Cheryl Hines at this point is that, she was on Curb Your Enthusiasm, but she was not really famous. It was good, but it wasn't, Curb Your Enthusiasm only had a season every 2 years, over 20 years, so it's not like,
it's more of a cult following.
Marrying
a Kennedy,
Robert Kennedy, really upped her status, and I think that she's addicted to it, and she doesn't want to let go of it.
Yeah. Hey, we only got a minute left. What's the deal with Oprah? She's turning down this documentary. Why is she suddenly camera shy?
I don't know. 1993 is 30 years ago, and she had an autobiography that was coming out, and she killed it at the last minute, 3 months ago. Then there was another book that was supposed to come out about 5 years ago, and she killed that one on the printing press. And now this documentary that's been done by Kevin McDonald, who's a very good documentary filmmaker, that she approved. And then she looked at it and said, no, I don't want people to see this. So I don't know, if she's just somehow uneasy having her story told. But, people were interviewed for it. She agreed to, let it happen. It was very strange, the whole thing.
Wow. Well, if you want to hear more, read more, there's great stuff at showbiz411.com. And there's new stories all the time. Showbiz411.com. Roger Friedman, excellent. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Right, take care. Everybody check out the webpage. There's some good stuff up there. Now, how much does the media lie about Trump? And how much are out-and-out lies? Well, watch this video. This will show you something. Now, do you remember that besides the border czar, Kamala Harris was the AI czar, too? She was the tech czar. Watch this video from back then. This is very funny. This is Kamala Harris trying to explain what AI is. Take a look at this. It's all up on the webpage. Go to 710WOR.com/Mark. 710WOR.com/Mark.
More Adams aides jump ship. Trump and Harris butt heads on the economy. The House tries to avert a shutdown. You need clarity. You need 710 WOR. News updates twice an hour all day and breaking news when it happened. The voices you trust. Len and Michael, Mark Simone, Clay and Bach, Hannity, Jesse Kelly, John Batchelor. Eminently qualified. 710 WOR.
It's called politicking.
podcast, and it's on the free iHeart app.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze, and right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. You know how relentless allergies can be in crowded airports or airplanes with contagious air travelers? NasalGuard is a revolutionary drug-free, easy-to-use preventative alternative that blocks airborne allergens from entering your nose. NasalGuard's slight positive charge filters out airborne particles, creating an invisible barrier against allergens. Plus, with the free Allerade mobile app, you can easily manage. Get NasalGuard today. Visit Amazon, Walmart, or NasalGuard.com now.
Hey, New York City, we want you this election. Sign up to be a poll worker or interpreter and dive right into the action. Help your neighbors vote. Conduct fair elections. Provide translation. And yes, get paid. We are hiring poll workers and interpreters for sites across New York City. So, sign up today and help us make Election Day a success. To get more information and apply online, visit pollworker.vote.nyc.
Tonight, Pix 11 News at 10 is talking trash. Literally, as the city prepares to initiate new garbage rules, we'll go through a checklist of what you need to know. From a one-on-one with the rap star.
People wonder why we have a rat problem in this city.
To learning about composting scraps. Plus a look at the new trash cans and trucks and how it affects high-rise tenants. It might sound like we're just talking rubbish, but it's information you need to know. Tonight on the Pix 11 News at 10.
Interest rates might be high now, but don't let that keep you from getting the mortgage or loan you need. It does mean you have to be extra careful who you borrow from. Black Mountain Capital is New York's premier mortgage banking firm with over 25 years of lending experience, specializing in all types of residential, commercial, and business loan options. Black Mountain Capital will quickly provide you great rates on flexible terms, so you can make the right decision to fit your investment needs. To the big banks, you're just another applicant to sell their products.
$99.98.
You're treated like family with honesty and respect. Black Mountain Capital works on your behalf and negotiates the best possible terms in the market. Black Mountain Capital provides traditional and creative real estate financing solutions for investors, developers, business owners, and homeowners looking to fund residential and commercial real estate properties. Visit blackmountaincapital.biz to find out how Black Mountain Capital is financing the dream. That's blackmountaincapital.biz.
Hi, I'm Seth Harris from Harris Keating Gold Farm. You know, the 800 Pay Law guy. We're only one of the biggest personal injury law firms, but we're also local. How local? Well, I grew up here. I live here. I eat here. I breathe here. I sleep here. You get the idea. And when you're injured here, I also know how to get you what you deserve here. I know New York. I like those big out-of-town firms. So keep it local. Now remember, if you're in pain, you need law. 800 Pain Law. 233 Broadway, 94, New York, New York. Hiring in a rush. Job Today hiring platform and you're back.
Burger Bakery, John speaking. Hey, Bob. Quick update on the cashier role. I bounced someone. Her name is Anna, and she starts next week.
Oh, really? Oh, well, that was quick. How'd you pull that off?
Well, I used Job Today, the hiring app everyone is talking about. I posted the job yesterday on the Job Today app and started chatting with local candidates right away. Found someone who's experienced and ready to start immediately.
But no resumes? No endless waiting?
Yep, it's all in the app. They've got everyone from bakers to servers, assistants, and even managers.
That is a game changer. Huge waste and rest of hiring in the way. Job Today is here to help. 4 out of 5 employers who post on Job Today get candidates within the first hour. That's right. With Job Today, your business is just minutes away from finding the perfect person for your open role. Take control of your hiring today with New York's #1 hiring app. Go to JobToday.com or download Job Today's top-rated mobile app.
WOR and WASQ WHCQ New York, an iHeartRadio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Never sounded so good.
Mr. New York, Mark Simone on WOR.
Well, it's another really bad traffic gridlock day. It could be like this all week because of this stupid UN week. It's not just the area around the UN. You see all the world leaders come and they stay at all these different hotels. It's the Park Hyatt, 57th near 7th, between 6th and 7th. That's world leader. Essex House, 59th Street. The Ritz-Carlton, St. Regis. It's all of these world leaders. So all these streets, they close them off, they block them up, they cut it down. There's barricades everywhere. So don't drive into Manhattan, especially today. The whole week's going to be bad. This UN thing goes on next week, but next week it'll be a lot lighter, it'll be a little easier. Friday could be bad. Netanyahu will be there. That means a lot of closures, security. Hey, we got a lot to get to in the next hour. Then you got a really good show every day noon. Buck Sexton and Clay Travis. Then the most listened to radio show in America. Sean Hannity, 3. Jesse Kelly's on every night at 6. John Baxter, excellent show every night at 9. On here 10 to noon every day. Or listen anytime you want, just as podcasting. Back after the news. 710 WOR. New York, the boy. I still work from home, so I can send up WOR on the job. They definitely work at 5. Always the voice of New York.
Good morning, I'm Catherine Carl. Mayor Adams will today appoint Melissa Abela Ramos to lead the nation's largest school system. School Chancellor David Banks is leaving at the end of the year, just a couple of weeks after his phone was seized by the feds. DOE Chancellor Banks disclosed his plan to retire at the end of the school year in a letter to City Hall, indicating he spoke with the mayor about it before investigators seized the devices of several administration members. New Yorkers reacting to the slew of investigations surrounding the Adams administration. If we only knew, and he said that way. I think it's on a corruption.
As soon as the investigation starts, that means they have evidence. When they've been watching, they obviously have something on him. So it's about an amount of time that they get him.
The public announcement comes weeks after the home Banks shares with fiancée Deputy Mayor Tina Wright was raided, along with the home of his brother, Deputy Mayor Phil Banks. Natalie Migliori, WOR News. The MTA board votes today on its $68 billion capital plan. The question is how it will be paid for.
The 2025 through 2029 capital program proposal calls for replacing 1,500 subway cars and 500 commuter rail cars from Long Island Railroad and Metro North. The plan also includes replacing aging train signals on 4 subway lines that will result in fewer delays. Once approved, this will be up to state lawmakers to WOR News.
Kamala Harris is back on the campaign trail. She's outlining her economic vision today in Pittsburgh.
Harris is going to flesh out her economic vision. Proposals to boost manufacturing and cast herself as a candidate as she leans into her own middle-class route opening to further erode Trump's lead on this critical issue.
Correspondent Mary Bruce. In Lebanon, nearly 500,000 people have been displaced as the
As the two warring sides ramp up their attacks, hundreds of thousands of families now internally displaced in just 3 days. One family telling us they traveled for nearly 20 hours to get to safety. 2 parents and their 5 children. Their youngest, baby Mohammed, just 8 months old. And Afra tells us her priority over the last 24 hours was the safety of her kids. She describes her family's trek to safety as difficult and filled with destruction.
Correspondent Ian Cannell. And people living along Florida's Gulf Coast
has been activated. There are search and rescue teams, high water rescue vehicles. Nearly 20,000 linemen are waiting to restore power once Helene passes, but for now, the advice from Florida's governor, prepare as if it is going to be as strong as possible.
Correspondent. Your WOR Weather Channel forecast is coming up next.
With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you should even see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to NJDiet.com. Everybody
everybody. This is Josh and Chuck from the Stuff You Should Know podcast. And if you've ever wanted to know about champagne, Satanism, the Stonewall Uprising, oh, how about chaos theory, El Nino, LSD, a little true crime sprinkled in, or maybe something historical like Rosa Parks. Yeah, if you want any of that or anything else you can think of, then look no further. We have you covered. That's right. Listen to the Stuff You Should Know podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff You Should Know and start listening.
I see a sprinkle or a shower here this afternoon. Otherwise, the clouds will continue at 67. Showers linger through the night tonight. Lows tonight down to 64. Cloudy Friday, high 74. 72 on Saturday as the clouds continue. More clouds Sunday. Sunday, 70. Clouds this hour, 65. Richard Redding with the Weather Channel on 710 WOR.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Most people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. It's 11:05 and that's our news. Your next update is at 11:30. Breaking news at 1. I'm Jacqueline Carl on 710 WOR and NBC News radio station. Giving you the stories behind the headlines. Off Simone on WOR.
Well, get to the big interview tonight. Kamala finally doing an interview. We'll get to Donald Trump. We'll get to Jack Smith, that weird, bug-eyed, corrupt cop, that bad prosecutor. We'll get to crazy Joe Biden and more. It's fall. Everybody, I think everybody's enjoying it. You know, you kind of, oh, summer's over, you get all upset. This is pretty nice. You don't have to sweat every time you go out. You can wear a jacket. You can nice and cool and breezy at night. All right, you missed the beach, but you got other things. You got football everywhere. Every time you turn around, big NFL games. Saturday, there's all this college football. People love this. They're from 7 a.m. to midnight watching college football. I can't quite understand it. If it's NFL, I know who to root for. Oh, Kansas City and the Giants. Well, I like the Giants now. College football is like Alabama versus Alabama State. Who the hell am I supposed to root for? Or Baylor. Where the hell is Baylor? I don't even know what that is.
98.
College football. No, she didn't find that. Tonight, Kamala Harris is going to out now. 1,000 feet. Use the right 2 lanes to continue on Park Avenue Viaduct. She's going to pretend that she's doing an interview tonight.
98.
All right, that's okay. You can pick the liberal network if you want, but Friday night on television, Bill Maher showing argue. There's no reason for her to get specific. She should be vague. It's okay to be vague. Yes, so you chose to interview me, so it's only
98.
somewhere around 9 o'clock on MSNBC. Now, I assume it's going to be like the ABC debate where the questions will all be loaded questions. Just fake questions like, how bad is this 2025 project? And then she'll go on and on. Oh, it's a nightmare. We must make sure this never happens. And they'll never point out that Donald Trump has never seen the 2025 project. He has nothing to do with it. It's not part of anything. And that he actually has put out his own agenda, which is the total opposite. So they'll just lie about it. They'll lie about Charlottesville. They'll lie about bloodbath. They'll just lie about all this stuff, and that'll be the interview tonight. And, you know, I've seen even MSNBC, all the left-wing kook sites, you know, the Mediaites, the BBC, the left-wing sites, they all, look at this, here's a picture of Donald Trump. Look how Donald Trump said, P. Diddy is my friend. That's the story. They found an old interview. Yes, P. Diddy's a friend of mine. Well, he was friends with everybody. Through all these parties, went to every party ever. I met him a million times. And you get anybody to say they're his friend, doesn't mean you had anything to do with anything. And they'll do this story, but never point out that there's endless video of Obama endorsing P. Diddy, talking about P. Diddy, how great he is, how wonderful. I think we even have the webpage to go back up to P. Diddy. It's Obama.
98.
The White House fawning all over Hillary.
No. Everybody needs somebody.
Use
the right 2 lanes to continue on Park Avenue Viaduct.
Used to be greatest show, and the number one show on television. Mike Wallace and all these top guys, Morley Safer, guys you respect. And then producer of 60 Minutes. Well, now it's just the most corrupt show in the world. You remember when they interviewed Trump and it was Leslie Stahl screaming and yelling and fact-checking him, and it turned out her fact-check was totally inaccurate. Total lie from Leslie Stahl. Just this past week, 60 Minutes did a piece on how good the economy is. The economy is great. Then they did a piece on fentanyl, on banning fentanyl, and they never mentioned the border. Nowhere in this piece did they mention the border. Nothing. Not a word about it. Hey, yesterday at the UN speech, Biden started talking about the 13 servicemen killed in Afghanistan.
Continue on Park Avenue high.
Remember that was the time they brought the bodies in his watch. I think the bodies come out. Never thought about his 13. Go look at the last 2 or 3 years. He's never mentioned them. Trump talks about them all the time. He's never mentioned them. So obviously, we're seeing in some polling this is a big problem. That's why he was making up this big story. Thinks about them every day. There's January 6th stuff coming up. A couple of organizations. There's Freedom of Information Act, Judicial Watch, and John Solomon's Just the News. They're getting access to documents. Now, when it comes to January 6th, this is happening at the same time Jack Smith is trying to build some sort of fake case that Trump was responsible for January 6th. He was actually the only one trying to prevent it. The word was that there were going to be 400,000 or 500,000 people descending on the Capitol. Protesters. They burned down courthouses. They burned down police stations. They looted and raided. Remember, they took areas of cities and captured them. They took blocks of Seattle, blocks of Minneapolis, and declared them autonomous zones. It was horrible. So this is coming at the end of that. So I would imagine that's one reason these Republican protesters, they were fired up. They were imitating the previous 275 Democratic riots. So Trump thought if you have 400,000 people, you've got to have troops. You remember one time they were going to protest the Lincoln Memorial? I don't know if you remember this. There's these famous pictures. You can find them online. He got thousands of troops and he surrounded the Lincoln Memorial with these troops, with these massive guns and guard dogs, and nobody got anywhere near the Lincoln Memorial. So he felt that's what you needed to do for January 6th. He brought 10,000 troops. He called in the acting Defense Secretary, Miller, and he said, you need 10,000 troops. People in the meeting said he told it to him 3 times. Now, later, when he was testifying at the 9/11, the January 6th Commission, Miller said, well, I never got a written order. That was his excuse. But the president 3 times in the meeting told you to get 10,000 troops. Well, he didn't put it in writing. It's a very stupid excuse. Well, these documents that have now been discovered show that they back up everything about that. Trump did say 10,000 troops, and they found documents where he contacted the Pentagon and authorized 10,000 to 20,000 troops, and he said, whatever you think, military or National Guard, but he fully authorized it. The 2 people that had a look at this thing was Miller and Milley. Now, these are 2 Trump-hating, horrible swamp guys. Miller and Milley. It was their decision not to do it. Somehow the request did get to Nancy Pelosi, or the offer, and she decided not to do it. So Miller, this is all in the documents that have been discovered. So for Miller turned overruled. The biggest one, the Supreme Court, unanimously overruled it and said it was a vindictive, political weirdo vice president. You notice you don't see much of him. They're kind of hiding him. But he was in New York yesterday to visit Alex Soros. You know, George Soros is like 120 years old and is in worse shape than Biden. So the son, Alex Soros, is taking over the family business, which is putting in DAs to let all the criminals out, doing all these crazy things. So Soros is probably running everything here. So the Biden White House, Soros is the #1 most frequent visitor into the White House. There was Walsh going to Soros' apartment yesterday, and buy that, he wants to buy Cumulus, all these radio companies, put them together and try to be his own iHeart. Nobody who listens to radio. Network television, 25 million. Cable news, 10 million. Newspapers, 22 million. Radio, 159 million every day. It's a huge medium. Talk radio, 63 million every day. So he sees it as very, very important. So he's going to try to buy all these companies, bind them together, make his own iHeart. Radio experts look at this. If you combine them all, it still would not be as big as iHeart, because you'd have a lot of uniforms. And you could start doing left-wing stuff. Now, the only problem is whenever you do this literal left-wing talk radio, it never works. Remember Aramaic? Total disaster. Went out of business in less than a year. And they had Rachel Maddow. Here's your top liberal stuff. It doesn't work in talk radio. All they do is lecture you, lecture you, lecture you. They got my new iPhone. Now it's like day 3 of day 4 of this new iPhone. If the camera is crucial, if you have absolutely the highest quality camera and the most editing stuff, then you need the new iPhone. But outside of that, you don't need it. The 15 is fine. In fact, this one may drive you a little nuts, this 16, because everything is moved around to a different place. Everything's done differently. The buttons, everything is different. So it'll drive you nuts for a few days. The new Apple Watch, if you love the Apple Watch, the new one is worth getting. It's bigger, it's thinner, it's sleeker. It looks a lot better. It's a great looking new watch. It's got all kinds of improvements. The only thing, it doesn't have the blood oxygen level, which a lot of people want. But that's because there's some other company that owns the technology, and Apple got into a fight, and they don't have the license. But from what I hear, the technology for it is in the new watch. And at some point they'll settle that legal problem, and then they'll be able to turn it on. So, but the new Apple Watch, phenomenal. What else? We got the UN, another week of this, and then next week, but there'll be less next week. It won't be so bad. But do not try anywhere to Manhattan. It will drive you nuts. You know, we don't have a lot of our conference calls. The Waldorf has been closed, the Four Seasons has been closed, but they're reopening. Finally, the Four Seasons are coming back. The two workers in there, not just the rest. The Waldorf is blocked by something that's hanging. They're supposed to close it down for a year, renovate. That was like 7 years ago. Supposedly, they're very close to coming back. St. Regis, you know, the King Cole Bar in St. Regis, the beautiful old bar. That was closed for a year. That just reopened with a whole new modern.
Nani,
Still great, excellent crowd. You still got the hookers at the bar, but otherwise, still perfect. Hey, we'll take some calls in a minute. 800-321-0710 is the number. 800-321-0710. Now check out the webpage. Now, all this fake news, this media, these networks, sometimes they attribute to Donald Trump. They have to just out and out lie and give you a totally fake hoax of the story. Watch this video. It'll show you the hoax and the truth. You'll see how much they lie about Donald Trump. And then take a look at this. Kamala Harris was the border czar, and she was also the AI czar. Watch this from way back then. Watch her try to explain AI to an audience. This is very funny. It's all up on the webpage. Go to 710WOR.com/Mark. 710WOR.com/Mark.
Simone wants to hear from you on 710WOR. 800-321-0710. 800-321-0710. Hi, Travis and Buck Sexton. Letting another individual get within this proximity with a rifle that he was going to try to execute the president with is yet another profound failure in this landscape. This guy wasn't radicalized by some internet chat rooms. He was radicalized by watching CNN and reading New York Times. They could speak out against it. They choose not to. Hi, Travis and Buck Sexton, the guys you want on your side. Weekdays at noon on 710 WOR.
Hey, there's a great product from Balance of Nature. Now, if you went to a nutritionist, you thought about going to a dietitian and nutritionist, I'll save you the money. All they're going to tell you is just eat lots of fruits and vegetables every day. Instead of the bad stuff, fruits and vegetables. You're supposed to eat a lot every day. It's impossible to do it, but Balance of Nature has come up with a great product. It's fruits and veggies in capsules. Now, they take 31 different whole ripened fruits and vegetables and put them into capsules. Now, they use a vacuum cold process. This keeps as much nutrition as you can. So you take stuff every day to give you what you're missing in your diet. You know, you take vitamin D and you take vitamin C. Add this to your daily routine. It'll give you a nice dose of fruits and veggies every day. It's good for you. Good for your heart health, gut health, immune system. And people say they have more energy when they take it every day. You can get 35% off your first order. Just use the code WOR. Go to balanceofnature.com, balanceofnature.com, and to get the discount, use the code WOR.
Seriously, I think she's into you. I don't know. I look so much older because of my hair, or lack of it. I know how that feels. You? I actually lost a lot of hair at one point. What? How'd you get it back? I went to Zering Medical Hair Restoration. Oh, a hair transplant. It's the only permanent solution. Besides, I tried every other remedy imaginable. If only I'd gone to them first.
Get back in the game with Zering Medical Hair Restoration. 100 million hair grafts successfully transplanted. ZeringMedical.com.
Hey, El Dorado. Mariota here. By now, you're probably hearing a lot about why refi. You may also have seen my commercials on Newsmax or on Fox News. So what's going on? How is it that investors all over the country are earning a fixed rate of return of 10.25% and they don't care what happens with the stock market or the Fed? Well, let's start with the facts. It's true. There is no attack on your principal if you ever need your money back. And yes, it's true. You're in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income whenever you choose. And yes, it's true. There are absolutely no fees. This is a secure, collateralized portfolio. That's why I invest my own money with YRefi. Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST. Or log on to investyrrefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com. And make sure to tell them that Larry Elder sent you.
Hi, I'm Seth Harris from Harris Funeral Farm. The 800 Pain Law Guy. Have you been in an accident and never stopped screaming 800 Pain Law? Did you slip and fall so hard your back is yelling 800 Pain Law? Has your foot been throbbing 800 Pain Law, 800 Pain Law over and over since a worksite accident? Maybe your body's trying to tell you something. Listen to it. Because if you're in pain, you need law. 800 Pain Law. 233 Broadway, 94, New York, New York.
600,000 military families move every year. Many have school-age kids, and 70% of them do not live on bases. Did you know they're likely in your neighborhood too? There's a military family in every zip code in the nation. Join Blue Star Welcome Week from September 21st through 29th and welcome military families living in your own community. Blue Star Families made it easy and fun for you to do your part. Go to bluestarwelcomeweek.org to find out how.
Hey, if you heat your home with oil, you gotta hear this. Low-price home heating oil, now available to WOR listeners at a fixed price. It can save you hundreds of dollars a year on your home heating bill. So if you think you're paying too much to heat your home, pick up the phone, dial pound 250, say the keywords heating oil right now, and see how much you can save on heating oil. Sloman's Home Heating Oil Service Center. Staff 24/7, mechanics available 24/7. Make sure you're never left out in the cold. Dial pound 250 and say the keywords heating oil. Pound 250 and say heating oil. Now, for WOR listeners that are paying too much, you can save yourself a lot of money. And the home heating oil hotline is on right now. See how much you can save on home heating costs. So don't wait. Call right now. Remember, you get the best service 24/7. Dial pound 250 and say the keywords heating oil. Dial pound 250 and say the keywords heating oil.
I'm Carrie Champion, and this is Season 4 of Naked Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. Every great player needs a foil.
People are talking about women's basketball just because of one single game. I just come here to play basketball every single day.
Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network.
כן, גברת יהודה.
מה נשמע?
זה, מה עכשיו? מה קרה?
תראה, אני פה אצל עורכת דין, אז אני אומרת, הדרך הכי טוב דרך המלך ואין שום בעיה זה כי יש מיליונים טעויות בפרצה. כל אחד ייתן תציר קטן, וגם כאילו בכתב יד שלך, שאתה מודה באיזה ערך.
עורכת דין, חשבתי שיש לך עורך דין זכר, יש לך עכשיו עורכת דין אישה? לא מבין.
מה?
חשבתי שיש לך עורך דין איתן, עכשיו יש לך עורך דין אישה, אני לא מבין. או שזה הפקיד.
כן, אני עורכת דין, כי כרגע אנחנו...
החלפת עורך דין?
לא החלפתי, זה שתיים שעוסקים בשתי נושאים. עכשיו, מה שצריך בתיקון הזה, לעלות על דרך המלך, זה שאתה מסכים לתיקון שנערך בדרכך וכך אותו דבר אלי. כן, זה היה תוציא לכולם להוריד את אותו נוסח וכולנו נחתם על אותו דבר.
כן, אבל שתעשה את זה חתימה דיגיטלית, שנחתום באימייל, בוואטסאפ, באינטרנט, ונוכל לשלוח לה באופן דיגיטלי.
אין בעיה. בסדר, אז זה כבר תשלח לך, בסדר?
No problem, no problem. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata, no problem, no problem. No problem. No problem.
Supreme Court, for lack of a better term, deemed Jack Smith ineligible to be a special prosecutor.
QT.org right now is $11 a month.
In front of a judge if he was never approved or appointed by the Senate.
Yeah, that's a good point. And actually, I think if you get a real judge, like in Florida, they got a real judge. And he's right. He's technically, legally, constitutionally, he's not qualified to be the special prosecutor. In fact, at some point, they'll have to bring this back up to the Supreme Court. He was never confirmed, never appointed by anybody. He's just a private citizen. Normally, if you want a special counsel, it's somebody from the Justice Department. And you've got about probably 2,000 guys in D.C. perfectly qualified. They went halfway around the world to bring this guy in from The Hague. He's a known hitman. He's a corrupt prosecutor. He's got a history, even the Supreme Court has said so, of prosecutorial misconduct. But that's Merrick Garland. That's what Merrick Garland does. He brings in these corrupt guys. So at some point, I remember every time Jack Smith has ever won a case against any Republican politician, it was always, all five of them, overturned and thrown out. The Supreme Court declared him, in this case, that he was just political persecution. In the end, Jack Smith will get nowhere. Well, let's go to Vincent in Brooklyn. Vincent, how you doing?
Good morning, Mark. Mark, a belated happy birthday to you.
But hey, Vincent, what's the matter? Last couple of days you've been sounding a lot.
Mark, I had emergency surgery nights ago.
Are you okay?
I'm still juiced up on a lot of painkillers.
What happened? Bullet wound?
Mark,
no, I'm just...
Mark, in contrast to Harris Biden administration's failure of controlling the southern border, the other day, the New York Post published a story in their international news section detailing how Italy's president, Giorgia Meloni, who, like a female Donald Trump of Italy, brought down Italy's illegal immigration by 64%. One of the things she said was all these goody two-shoes ships, mainly from Germany, because they feel guilty about their past, they would need to get all these convicts in these wicked boats coming over from Africa. And she told them, she said, you took them out in open water, you bring them to your country, don't you dare bring them here. That's what she did. And actually, our Minister of Internal Affairs was at the UN. I guess the reaction was the guy who was thinking like what he was saying. He spoke to the General Assembly and he told them how Italy's got their illegal migrants under control because they're also like this.
going to 1 hour appointment. I'll be back. Yeah, going for appointment. See you later. Okay, 1 hour appointment. סאטרדי.
Let's take West 22nd Street, West 19th Street, Manhattan.
He appointed a brand new police commissioner that nobody knew.
couldn't pick out a line. Who he extolled as being the greatest thing since J. Edgar Hoover, who sucked. Oh, he's an FBI guy, you know, the federal task force, anti-terrorism task force. What a great pedigree. Nobody knew this guy, Tom Donald. 7 days later, what happens with Tom Donald? The FBI raids his house and takes out his paper. For obviously reasons that we've not been made privy to, but this is the explanation of the mayor who didn't ask for his resignation, who basically praised him after the FBI raided him after Eddie Cavana, the previous police commissioner, resigned because he and his brothers are corrupt.
I think that he is a great New Yorker, formerly a special agent in charge, heading the Homeland Security for the state, and he and I communicated, and I am comfortable with his communications with me. But you know, again, just to be clear, from what I read and of my knowledge, we're talking about something, items from 20 years ago. You know, New York has raised concern on what happened last week with him after, 7 days in my administration. But, you know, the U.S. Attorney's Office will have to answer that, and the FBI will have to answer that. I don't have to answer that question.
What do you mean we don't have to answer? This is your guy. A person that nobody knows, couldn't identify him in life. You built him up to be the greatest G-man of all time. Nobody knows this.
That's all in a personal investigation to worry about. I don't think you get involved in all this.
Why not just say, you know something? We're going to try something else. This didn't work out. Hey, Tom, you know, this didn't work out. You didn't tell us that the FBI was scheduling to raid you for something that you did 20 years ago. You think maybe you should have tipped us off? That we'd be putting you on the radar screen and now you'd be high profile?
It's going to be out quicker than a lot of the
Oh, my God. He's a great New Yorker. Nobody knows this guy. And then the mayor wanted to assure that Nick Carson, what the hell is that Spanish phrase again? He tried to kick it in Spanish. Nick Carson, su casa. I have no idea what this means. Maybe you can explain.
This is our city, Nick Casa, su casa, and we're going to be all right. And we have a great team of people that are going to continue to operate in the city. And we're going to continue to fight on this in New York and move the city forward.
It's like, imagine the Yankees on the home and close of the World Series. Everybody on the team is arrested, and you have to go to your minor leagues. And this is Cashman saying, don't worry about it. We got it. We got a great team. Just keep buying those overpriced tickets. Oh my God, this guy's really close. And then one of the reporters decided it was time for Eric Adams, the traveling man, to explain why the hell all these trips to foreign countries? Why is the FBI investigating?
What it is, is the investigation into your travel in other countries. Do you think your travel there or people like yourself who do not travel is perceived as working on behalf of the foreign government?
I have no idea. I have no idea at all. I work on behalf of New York. And wherever I go, I am a proud New Yorker, and I let people know that. You know, so when I'm in Tel Aviv meeting with the residents of Israel or wherever, I am talking about the greatness of the city. Everywhere I go, I talk about New York. It's private or public track. New York is the greatest city on the globe.
I'm pretty sure you want to come for the better answer than that.
Yeah, this should have been it. Let me see if I can get into my Eric Adams head. I am dyslexic, elected, and soon to be indicted, but my complexion is my protection to being re-elected. How about that? How about that? You like that, Chester, right? That's certificate of notes anymore. Okay, I don't know who's doing that. So whoever's doing that is part of,
and advertise with 77 WABC.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Protecting America with Rita Cosby.
Nicholas Santo, what trends do you see in Europe? Because I know of late we've seen sort of mixed results right there, of course, in your backyard. Some countries have gone more conservative leadership, others have gone the other way. Is it sort of a mixed bag?
Of course, there are positive developments even in Western Europe. There are strong conservative or right-wing or populist movements and parties in Spain, in France, in Austria, in the Netherlands, Belgium, in Italy. Giorgia Meloni is the prime minister from the right-wing Fratelli d'Italia, Brothers of Italy. So it's true that still in Western Europe they are conservative. And of course, in Central Europe, it is
Right now, through your favorite podcast platform. Talk Radio 77 WABC. This is the Rip and Read featuring Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC and Curtis Lewa.
czasami mam takie dni, że mi to rozjebuje w czego tak fajnie.
sweet it is.
If I were president and a former president and a leading candidate, I'm the leading candidate by far to be the next president. And that leading candidate was under threat. I was president and the candidate was under threat, any candidate, Republican or Democrat. And by the way, I want to thank the Democrats because they just increased funding for the Secret Service, who worked very hard. They increased funding for the Secret Service, and nobody will believe this. It was a unanimous vote. Republicans, every single Republican, every single Democrat present voted in favor. That was the first unanimous vote we've seen in a long time, and that's to increase the funding of the Secret Service. So I thank everybody in Congress. But if I were the president, I would inform the threatening country, in this case Iran, that if you do anything to harm this person, we are going to blow your largest cities and the country itself to smithereens. We're going to blow it to smithereens. You can't do that. And there would be no more threats. There would be no more threats. But right now we don't have that leadership or the necessary people, the necessary leaders. We have two people, not one. We don't even know who our president is right now. Who is our president right now? We really don't know, but we have two people, not one, that only keep looking. And when you do that, when you just look, trouble always ensues. So it's big trouble for our country. Meanwhile, we have the president of Iran in our country this week. We have large security forces guarding him, and yet they're threatening our former president and the leading candidate to become the next president of the United States. Certainly a strange set of circumstances. Around the world, our enemies are desperate to prevent Donald Trump from returning to the White House because they know I will make America great again. They don't want that. 4 years ago, our country was feared and respected, and our country will soon be feared and respected again. We have to have that.
I love this takedown of the FBI.
We need to pull together to thwart these attempts and to bring back American strength, power, and prestige. We will soon have it back. No threat will shake me. No enemy will intimidate me, and I have never been more determined than I am today, and I will never back down in my fight to make America great again, which is what we're doing. So I want to make that statement because we are under threat. I have been threatened very directly, and I appreciate the agencies that we've been meeting with, but we've been threatened very directly by Iran. And I think you have to let them know, because the best way to do it is through the office of the president, that you do any attacks on former presidents or candidates for president, your country gets blown to smithereens, as we say. 41 days from now, we are going to win the state of North Carolina. We are going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris, and we are going to take back our country. We're going to take it.
Well, he just made a lot of news with that FBI thing. I heard him, he's critiqued Ray, he's critiqued, but not like that. Not actually taking apart their failed investigative attempts or alleged attempts. Are they really trying to actually figure out what happened? Do they really want accountability for these assassination attempts? It's a very good question, and there's a lot of circumstantial evidence indicating that they do not want this guy to win. They may not even want him to be alive. Now, he just said, you know what Joe Biden should do? What Joe Biden should do? He should be threatening Iran right now. Instead, just a few minutes ago, Joe Biden is threatening Donald Trump again. Now, you could say this is playful. You could say this was a joke. I don't take it that way. In fact, I don't think federal law takes it that way. So he shows up on that hideous show, The View, right? Which I don't think I've ever actually watched. I haven't watched that show since Regis filled in. Oh, that's a different show. Barbara Walters was the last time I watched, in
1997 when she was on. All right, got that thing? Okay, listen to this. Whoopi starts saying that Trump is a bug. Watch. Listen.
Man, he's like a bug. He just kept being there. He's like a bug right there. So you felt...
Isn't that cute? What Joe Biden did was swatted the bug, right? Swatted the bug. I don't think that's really funny when you got two assassination attempts on Trump in 2 months, right? We're gonna sort. His Commerce Secretary said today that Donald Trump should be extinguished. Extinguished. I could see we want to beat him at the ballot box. You know, we want to make sure that Kamala Harris wins. He needs to be extinguished. These are very creepy people, and they're doing something very, very, I don't know, it's evil. It's evil to talk like that. And I do think it's also in violation of federal law. There's a lot of things you can say under the First Amendment. You can't say you want to take out the president of the United States. You can't even joke about that stuff. In the old days, if you did make a joke about that, guess who would show up? The Secret Service, and they want to interview you. I remember in the aftermath of Ronald Reagan's assassination, that was like a real thing. You could not joke about it. It was against the law. You could joke, but you couldn't jokingly say, I want to do X, Y, and Z to the president. You can't do that. All right, let me, well, I'll play the other clips there. Is he still talking in, is he still talking? Yeah, hold on, a couple more seconds.
Didn't come in, and we had the safest border in the history.
I know, we are with you on that. We are with you on that. He's in North Carolina. Oh, another little piece of something might happen today. I hope he has a kind word or two for Mark Robinson. The guy is running for governor in North Carolina. Are you ready? Did you hear about the scandal? Are you ready? He looked at pornography 12 years ago. He looked at pornography 12 years. Can you believe that one? He made politically incorrect jokes a dozen years ago when he was a forklift operator. I think when you're a forklift operator, you're supposed to make politically incorrect jokes. I'll be right back.
Greg Kelly.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply. I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, how's your French going? You can say,
Daddy facilite grandement l'apprentissage de nouvelles langues.
now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-495-6468. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-495-6468 now to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Come down to Security Dodge. We've got a new 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 0 down lease for only $359 a month for 36 months. And if you're looking for a third row, how about try the Durango 24 Durango GT, only $359 a month, 0 down. Shop 24/7 at securitydodge.com and come get some.
Brian Kilman here. In the wake of 9/11, the Tilden Towers Foundation pledged to do good and never forget the sacrifices of America's heroes. The foundation has been helping our nation's heroes ever since. Heroes like veteran Army Major Jonathan Turnbull. Turnbull was left blinded by an ISIS suicide bomber. Tilden Towers provided him with a smart home, giving him back his day-to-day independence. Join Tilden helping our nation's most severely injured heroes by donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2T.org, T2T.org.
Now, the latest from the 77 WABC newsroom.
With college students back on campus, pro-Palestinian protests are popping back up. WABC's Dominic Carter says they are taking away from students' education.
Folks throwing smoke bombs, using flares. Also, up at Columbia, the protests are back, and it's time for all of this nonsense to end. I'm not new to this game of covering the city of New York. The NYPD, the same way that the Feds does, the same way that the Secret Service does, they set up pins oftentimes for protests. What these protesters are doing up at Columbia University is disrupting the learning environment for those students. So why is that permitted? Why is it not instead a pin across the street where you can still exercise your First Amendment right, but at the same time, you're not disrupting university activity?
Dominic has some ideas on why these protests are able to continue.
Why is this being tolerated? Folks, it's a rhetorical question. You know why? It's because of progressive politics. Oh, let them blow off some steam. Oh, they have a First Amendment right to protest. They don't have a right to throw smoke bombs so that you cannot see who they are. It is absolutely disgusting. These protesters, these anti-Israel protesters, the moment they cross the line, the second they cross the line, they should be arrested immediately.
Listen to the Dominic Carter Show Monday through Fridays, 12 to 1 a.m. and 3 to 4 p.m. in the afternoons. You can also listen anytime on the WABC radio app. I'm Liz Radabali for 77 WABC News.
The power of information at your fingertips. Download the 77 WABC mobile app now. This is the Greg Kelly Show.
We are back, and yeah, things are looking very good numerically and in a lot of other different ways for Donald Trump in the country right now. Joe Biden, it's the second day in New York and the second disastrous performance. The United Nations, he lied like crazy. So offensive what he said about the 13 soldiers, Marines who were killed in Afghanistan because of his Bosch withdrawal. Said he thinks of them every single day. I proved how he doesn't think about them every single day. I proved it. And he lied in Vegas. Said we lost no soldiers, no U.S. service members under my watch. How the hell? How the hell? All that stuff. Protect our troops. God protect our troops. It's just a slogan. It just sounds good. It's just a way for him to boast about Beau Biden, right? And lie about Beau's innocent. No beef with Beau. All right, so he goes on The View. That's the disastrous episode of the moment. Joe Biden on The View. You know, he's got to do something. You know, lame duck. He's still president for a couple of months. You got to kind of fill the day with something occasionally. So he goes on The View. And kicking his rear end like crazy. And so why are you leaving? Why did you leave the race, Jerry? Why is this crazy? Go ahead. No. Give me the one with the question. There's another one where they asking a question. A little bit longer. They looked at just a girl. Sarah, somebody with a very low dress. Try cut 31. That one? Try that.
Perception that perhaps your hand was forced and some pointed fingers to Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who you have a long relationship with and accomplished many things with. Did you feel that your hand was forced, and what is your relationship with Speaker Pelosi now?
The relationship is fine. Look, I never fully believed the assertions that somehow there was this overwhelming reluctance of my running again. I didn't sense that. And although the polling, Mr. Biden's polling was different, the fact of the matter is my polling was about, we were always within range of beating this guy.
Yeah.
And, what I did was, I think it makes sense. There are some folks who would like to see me step aside so they have a chance to move on.
I get that. That's just human nature. But that wasn't the reason that I stepped down. I stepped down because I started thinking about it. You know, it's hard to think of, I know you're only 30, but it's hard to think of, it's hard for me to even say how old I am. No, I'm serious.
No, I'm serious. No hyperbole. No hyperbole. He's lying yet again.
Janine Pirro here. NYPD officer Jonathan Diller's tragic and shocking story made national headlines. During a traffic stop, Jonathan was shot and killed by a career criminal. He was the first line of duty death for the NYPD in 2 years. Throughout his 3 years of service, Jonathan made more than 70 arrests and was awarded with excellent and meritorious police duty on several occasions. Jonathan, who is just 31 years old, leaves behind his wife Stephanie, his 1-year-old son Ryan, and his brothers and sisters in the NYPD family. At his funeral, Stephanie called Jonathan.
Blackview. We need a moment to find an available support agent for you. Please note that your call may be recorded and monitored for training and quality purposes. The average wait time currently 5
Hello.
I can help you.
I'm calling about order number 208-9571.
Okay, sir. And what's your question about this order?
When I'm gonna get it?
Well, here's what you can do, because you're calling the technical support department. Now, if you want to do a follow-up or ask for a status of your order, you can get back to the email, or you can reply back to the email that contains the order number. That's a direct email from our sales team department, and you can ask for a follow-up. You can even request for a tracking number if you want to track down the order, sir.
Okay, because it's a new item, they said it's gonna be released October or something, beginning 15 or 10.
Oh, it's a pre-order.
Yeah, it's like the 3 channel, you know, those 3 channels, the new one. Yeah, so they said October, October something. But I have a question for you. Because my previous camera, my car broke down and somebody stole it. I buy an Apple tag. You know what is Apple tag? It's something small, tiny, that you can track, you know, GPS, you know, item, you know, luggage, bag. Can I put that small Apple tag inside the camera in case it gets stolen? Or I can see where is the location of the stolen item?
Where are you gonna put the tag, sir?
I wanna ask you, is there any way to open the camera and put the tag inside, hide it inside? Can I send the tag to you, to your technician? You do it for me? Can I pay you extra, like, you know, money?
I believe that will not be possible, sir. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. You can inquire. I can give you a distributor based on your caller ID. You're from New York, am I correct, sir?
Yes.
Hold on, sir. We have a distributor in New York. It's in Brooklyn, New York. Hold on. Battery. Company name is called Battery Boy Incorporated. I can give you the phone number and you can inquire if they can do it for you.
Okay. Battery
Boy is the company name, sir.
Boys.
Phone number is 347.
Okay.
674.
Yeah.
1746.
I'm gonna get the delivery, the order from them, or they just have knowledge about this item?
You can inquire about the Apple tag and how it can be adapted to the camera, and maybe they can do a customized
Oh,
But they can customize it so that they can work with it.
Okay.
But I'm not sure because this is the first time I heard about it, and I'm not sure if it would work on our end because we avoid customers from opening the box and making some modifications.
Yeah, this is why I want a technician to do it. This is why I want a specialist to do it. Is this warranty if I get it stolen? Do you have warranty for stealing or it is no warranty?
No warranty on stealing, sir. The warranty covers the repair or replacement of the camera if the camera has a factory defect or if let's say troubleshooting has been done.
But if somebody steal it, you're not gonna fix it. Yeah, hello. I got your phone number from Blackview Camera. I ordered from them the 3 channel, the new one. It's pre-order, and they said you work with this camera. You have knowledge with that. So my question is, somebody broke to my car and stole my old one. So to avoid this happening in the future, I buy Apple Tag. You know what is Apple Tag? It's something tiny from Apple. And is there any way you can help me to put it inside in case we get stolen? Then I can track who's steal, because it's expensive. It's like $500 camera. You know what I mean? So they said you have a knowledge. You specialist to do this kind of thing.
So you want to put the Apple Tag on the small camera or on the module, the main brain of the camera?
Oh, all of them maybe, or the main one. I mean, whatever you recommend me. You know, I have 4 Apple Tag. I can even put all of them or one of them. Whatever you can recommend me, I appreciate.
You know where you put underneath the camera, on the main camera? You can probably put an Apple Tag on it.
No, I know, but I don't want to put it outside. The bad guy, they can just take it and throw it away. I want to put it inside, hide it inside the camera.
Right, so let me show you. Can you call me by WhatsApp video or Facebook?
But I don't have it yet. It's pre-order, you know.
Oh, you don't have it. Okay, so when you get it,
yeah.
If you call me, I'll show you where. When you have it, I'll show you where you can put the Apple Tag.
And safely, like they cannot see it, or I mean, do you?
Because the main.
Do you fix those cameras? What do you do with this camera? Are you a technician? What is this place?
So we do distribution. We're the distribution for Blackview and the East Coast. We work with installers who can install it for you. Where are you located?
Yeah, maybe you recommend me also to do the installation. I'm an Uber driver. I'm in Manhattan, but when I get it, maybe you can recommend me where to install, or I can come to you. I know you're in Brooklyn, yeah?
Yeah, so I work with a shop in Williamsburg.
Oh, okay. Williamsburg.
So I can send you his information, and he can do it. He does a very good job with installation.
Oh, good. He did that before, so he's experienced. So you have my cell phone. Yeah. Can you text me?
Yeah.
Maybe the guy that did the installation, he can do that too for me.
Yeah. They're very good. They'll help you out.
Okay. What's the name of the place? The place?
Nationwide. Alarms.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'll send you the information. You can give him a call and tell him that I sent you, okay?
Okay. And what's your name?
Okay. My name is David from Battery Boy. My company name is Battery Boy.
Battery Boy. Okay, David. Okay, and who should I talk in the National Wide Alarm? What's the name of the guy there?
So this guy named Mr. Weinberger, Menachem.
Michelin, okay.
Yeah, Michelin.
יופי, בסדר, טוב מאוד. Okay. Let's see.
Okay, so I'll send you the number and you give them a call.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll be in touch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Hello, Menachem Weinberg, National Wide Alarm. Yeah, I got your number from David, Battery Boys. I ordered this camera, a Blackview 3-channel is the new one, pre-order. So when I get it, he recommend me that you do the installation. So you can help me with that?
Yes.
Okay. Where is your location?
57 Division Avenue.
57 Division Avenue. Okay, maybe you can help me. My car got broke before they stole my old camera. My new idea is I bought the Apple tag, this tiny thin Apple tag. Maybe you can help me to put it in, hide it inside the camera. That if they steal it again, then I can track it or something like that. So I will come both. Yeah.
Apple what?
Apple tag. Apple tag is something tiny that.
I know, but you can't put them into the camera.
Oh, this one I come both with the camera and the Apple tag, and you see what how you can help me to hide it there inside.
Okay.
Okay, and you do the night parking, like connected to the car. That will be a night parking that the car won't drain the battery or something. Yeah, night parking night that connect the camera to the car. That with this option that the battery won't be drained.
Yeah, but if that's the case, you have to pack the guy an extra battery, a different battery. The car battery is getting drained.
Okay.
If you're not using the car for a couple of days, it's going to drain the battery.
Okay, so
he sells the battery.
call back. Yeah, call back and ask to buy also when they ship the phone. When they ship it, ask also the special battery that go with that. A backup battery, so it's take over the battery and not the car.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that, and when I get everything, I come to you. Say that? Okay, sure. Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
calling Blackview. We need a moment to find an available support agent for you. Please note that your call may be recorded and monitored for training and quality purposes. The average wait time is currently 5 minutes. Please hold for the next available agent. agents are busy at the moment. Please try your call later, or you may email us at cs@pittosoft.com. cs@pittosoft.com. Thank you for calling Blackview. We need a moment to find an available support agent for you. Please note that your call may be recorded and monitored for training and quality purposes. The average wait time is currently 5 minutes. Please hold for the next available agent. busy at the moment. Please try your call later, or you may email us at cs@pittosoft.com. cs@pittosoft.com.
her final days, the way that she remained fearless while being afraid, if that even makes sense. The peace beyond all understanding that she displayed, not knowing what's on the other side of life, but still meeting it with the optimism and positive outlook. My mom would always say, you know, you gotta keep a positive outlook and stay optimistic and still be that. You know, you can say those things in your life, but to embody it when tested. And she was that when tested still. And it made me really proud to know that the woman I believed that she was, she actually was.
This book is a beautiful tribute to your mother. And one of the things I thought about when reading it was there's this element of individualism in American culture where we don't really lead with our parents' story when we're telling our story. We're kind of told to, like, it's almost a footnote, you know, you ask, oh, okay, where are you from, like the fourth, fifth, sixth question. This is really saying, like, when we ask, who are you, Uzo? You are saying, I am my mother's daughter.
Yeah.
What about your relationship with your mother made it clear to you right from the start when you thought, okay, I'm going to write a memoir, even before she got sick, that you would write one that included her story?
Yeah, I think I knew that I was going to include her story because so many of the tenets which I live and motivators that display themselves in me come directly from her. You know, my self-talk, the way that I motivate myself into pursuing this business, going to audition after audition, the way I prepare for it is built out of language that my mother had given me and my siblings since we were children. You know, it's her saying constantly to us, I've never heard of nothing coming from hard work. Yeah, seriously, all the time. I've never heard of nothing coming from hard work. Like, it's like, and when we were kids, you know, you hear it and you're like, yeah, okay, she keeps saying that. But then you grow up and you start to see life and you realize, number one, she's living that. You see her through her own conduct, working hard and breeding results. Whether that's keeping a roof over the head for 5 kids and belly full, whether that's having moved to this country and achieving not 1 but 2 masters, you know, in social work, whether that is showing up and shuttling up to whichever activity that we needed to be at and then coming home after a long day's work, cooking and getting everything ready to check homework. She worked hard and saw the impact of that hard work, and I know that's how I talk to myself. I say that expression even still. She poured so heavily into my cup. My cup is ultimately filled with her.
You grew up in Medfield, Massachusetts, which is it's about like almost 20 miles from Boston, right? How did your parents end up there?
My dad got a job in Massachusetts, and they were in Boston. And then when they realized they were going to be settling in Massachusetts, you know, more permanently, there were 2 things that they were looking for. Number one, they wanted a quiet community. You know, my family immigrated from Nigeria. They didn't grow up in the city. They grew up in a village. That's quiet community, small town. And they wanted to continue that tradition. Second, you know, my parents have a humble background and couldn't afford, you know, sending kids to a bunch of private school. That was beyond their...
And the schools were good there in Medfield.
And the schools were great, excellent. And that was really what they were circling and paying most of their attention to. The social aspects and makeups of the community were not things that they were as aware of.
Meaning that you all would be one of the only black families.
Correct. Community. Correct. And only African family on top of that as well. The culture dynamic, that was so foreign to them, I think, being immigrants and having such a strong understanding of their identity, their black identity, their African identity, and having never been exposed to raising children and an identity outside of their own, I don't think that was given the weight
father. That's
until I moved to America. Yeah. When did you become aware of the way that your process could be growing up in that community? It started with my hair. My first real core memory is being in the third grade, and we had a neighbor who had really long brown hair, this girl down the street. And I can remember one day we were all playing in front of our house, and I don't know if we braided her hair and then she decided to braid mine. I don't know, but I just know she somehow was now getting ready to braid my hair, and she went to put her hands in my hair, and she said, "Ew, your hair is so greasy." And it was greasy. Yeah, you know, I mean, we're laying down the front there, you know. You had a ponytail? Yeah. And it had never occurred to me to even attach the word ew to it. But something about it, not because I thought it, but because she expressed it, was bad. And from that, I was also aware that it was different. And I had never even thought of it as being different. And then there would be added layers. You know, I think about my mom, so proud. You remember you used to put beads. You braid your hair and you put little beads at the end, almost in the same variety in the way that the Williams sisters had beads when they would play on the court. My mom used to do green, white, green beads for my sister and I in representation of the Nigerian flag. And I loved those beads. I thought those beads were great. And there would always be someone at school who had something to say about the beads in the hair. You know, why do you have beads in your hair?
Did she ever dress you all in Nigerian garb?
Of course. If we went, not to school, but I have a picture being we're standing in front of our house, the garage, and I'm wearing an Ankara traditional dress that I remember I loved so much, and I wore it until it was too small. Like I would squeeze myself into it. I loved so much at the house. And yeah, I mean, if we went to, you know, or a Nigerian centered party, something like this, we would wear trad clothes. But it was definitely this understanding, even from watching my parents and their behavior, you would see them put on their Western clothes where they're going to be somewhere that was Western centered, and then sort of tuck away the, you know, their ichafu or their gele, you know.
And that was a message to you, like an unspoken message.
We don't wear this there.
Yeah.
In Nigeria, wearing traditional clothes. Here, the unspoken education was that one is more elevated than the other. And those were some of the growing pains that my parents went through, and that we indirectly also observed and learned, depending on the communities we're in.
Yeah. Let's take a short break. If you're just joining us, my guest is award-winning actor Uzo Aduba. She's written a new memoir, The Road is Good. We'll continue our conversation after a short break. This is Fresh Air.
Ukraine has made it clear that it wants to use U.S. long-range weapons to strike targets inside Russia. Russia warns that would effectively be an attack by the West on Russian sovereignty, and war with NATO would follow. But President Biden has recently signaled he could be on the verge of approving such use of U.S. weapons. Could a decision to help Ukraine win its war spark a larger geopolitical catastrophe? That's on the next On Point. Weeknights at 8 on WNYC, or live stream it at WNYC.org.
This is Fresh Air, and today I am talking to award-winning actor Uzo Aduba. She's written a new memoir, The Road is Good, how a mother's strength became a daughter's purpose. In it, she explores her life growing up in the suburbs of Boston and being raised by her Nigerian parents, and the strength she gained from her mother's life, whom she lost to cancer in 2020. Uzo Aduba is a two-time Emmy Award-winning actor for her role as Suzanne Crazy Eyes Warren in the Netflix series Orange is the New Black. She also won a third Emmy for portraying Shirley Chisholm in the series Mrs. America. One of the things you mentioned is that your mother was highly educated, 2 master's degrees, but she also for a time worked at McDonald's. And as a kid, how did you understand that? You actually thought maybe it was for like the Happy Meals or something. A choice. You didn't really realize what was happening. I had no idea. That they were scraping to keep us in, you know, and give us everything that they could in the American dream. And one part of making that happen at a point when times were tough, and my dad was between jobs, and my mom worked at McDonald's. And you look at, it's funny, you look at things as an adult versus like, she was there because she was trying to pay the bills. She wasn't there for laughs, you know? She was there to support her family. But me as a kid, I would love when we would go to the McDonald's. I remember it was in Medway, right up the road, and we would go through the drive-thru, and she would come and meet us there, and I thought it was the coolest thing. I thought it was the coolest thing. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with working at McDonald's. You know, it's a job you can be proud of and take pride in. My mom was working there, and she would come and we'd get Happy Meals, and because she was getting a discount, we would get so many more things than we would ever get when we were just going there before. And this was like the 90s, right? This was like late 80s. Yeah, exactly. So you guys are getting like those glass cups and all types of things. All that stuff, toys in there. I got cheeseburgers and McNuggets and all these things. And I have a fond spot in my heart for McDonald's because, you know, that helped carry our family, through some tough times. And it all looks like the same. My mom, as I look at her as an adult, the lack of ego that my mother had when she was so fiercely protective of our Jackson color to it. It's really, and then you step outside and it's torrential rain, and then you realize the tire's flat, so you gotta wait for that, and there's traffic, and then you run out of gas because of the traffic, and then oh my goodness, it's 4:30 and the rain's still coming, and then suddenly as you turn on to my street, the sun comes out from Tony, and my mother wasn't having it, and she was ready, you know, as the third born. She said, if the colors to say Tchaikovsky, and Dostoevsky, and Michelangelo, if I went to see Uzamaka. And that was it. Let's take a short break. If you're just joining us, my guest is award-winning actor Uzo Aduba. He's written a new memoir, The Road is Good. We'll be right back after a short break. I'm Tanya Mosley, and this is Fresh Air.
Yeah, it's a 3-channel. It's pre-order. I don't have it yet. When I get it, I can call you. How much is gonna cost me to install it?
3-channel is going to be around $200.
200. Okay.
You don't have it yet? Battery one?
No, the Black View. I ordered from Black View. Yeah. Okay, when I get it, I'll call you. Text me your name, address, and we'll be in touch.
I'm going to text you my name. I don't have a shot, but I'm going to text you. All right?
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Creams at Earl's All You Can Eat. You knew you were going to tell your mother, your parents' story in a memoir if you were ever to write one, but you also talk about how she never really talked to you about her life. She never sat down and told you who she was. How did she talk to you about her life and where she had come from?
Yeah, it's not really the Igbo or even Nigerian way. Maybe it's not even any sort of way anywhere around the world, frankly. That a parent sits down and tells you start to finish, cover to cover, how the story goes. How it came to me would be little pieces. We would be talking about something, and she would drop a nugget, and you'd be like, well, what do you mean? You were crawling in the bush, and she's like, oh, during the war. And you're like, huh? You know, your head. Exactly. Go back a couple pages. I must have missed a chapter. And you might get, depending on the day, a little bit more information, and, you know, sometimes not. You're like, leave that thing, you know, like, I'm done with that guy. I don't want to talk about that anymore, or, you know, that's all I really have to say about that, you know, and it's like, okay, we'll leave it until, you know, maybe a few years later she would pick up. But then when we were working on this book, when I was writing this, and we were sharing and trading stories and talking.
You and your sibling?
My mother.
Your mother?
My mother.
Oh, so you talked to her about that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, she knew, yeah, because before I had begun this process, before she was ill. So when I was talking to her and asking her stories, like, oh, you remember this? You know, the energy was always like, yeah, let's talk about it, and then she would sort of go back to doing whatever she was doing, because she didn't there was no preciousness, we felt, in terms of time. You know, she was like, well, okay, I'm done for today, I have to go to my Zumba, and be gone. But when she was diagnosed, the shape of her storytelling did change, because suddenly now she did want to get into some of the more deep, rich specifics, because I think on some level she knew this would be maybe, you know, the final account of her life. And so she did want us to know some of the more detailed pieces, the names of some of the people who really were central figures in some of the major events that we had some knowledge of.
You all both kept journals. I think she gave you your first journal, right?
Yeah. Third grade.
And side note, I think the way you describe that journal might be the same journal I got with the little lock on it, you know? But before...
Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, you're the driver for Shalimar Cruise?
Yeah, I'm on the way.
How long?
Like 1 minute, 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm outside. We're outside, okay?
Okay, see you soon.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. What color is your car?
Black Toyota.
Okay, no worries.
Are you on the right side? Are you on the right side or on the left side?
Turn right onto South
On the left side. Next to what store you are? You next to a store? A restaurant?
Next to the Chase Bank.
Next to Chase Bank.
Chase
Okay.
Bank.
Yeah.
Next to there's a Kava restaurant and a Chase Bank.
Okay, I see Starbucks. Okay, I'm continuing. Okay.
Yeah, we're next to Starbucks.
Okay,
yeah.
so I'll come pick you up. Okay. Okay.
Thank
See
you.
soon. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Ow.
Pickup drive southwest on 7th Avenue. Then pickup one will be on the left.
Hello, hi. Yeah, yeah.
How are you, sir?
Good, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Huh? Oh, he wants to go to the park.
Okay, let's go to the other place.
How are you this afternoon?
Good, thank you, Mama.
Good, good, good. That's good.
Are you happy to see me? I'm happy to see you too.
Oh, yes, yes.
It's like a
Thank you.
blind date. You always get different person. Let's see where you're going. Up top. Hand Point.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Here you go, sir.
Oh, thank you.
No, thank you.
It's very, my $300 million.
300 million, and we split it. And we go buy houses in the islands. We'll be in the sun.
If you reach inside your soul, that's the best money.
That's right.
Good health, happy with yourself, whatever God give you, it's all.
Continue for a half mile.
Can you put the address here? I want to use Waze.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Because you know this, to avoid traffic, the UN,
Yeah, Waze is good.
the UN nation now,
Yeah, I know they have that summit or something.
all the schmuck,
Okay, here you go.
all the schmuck come to shopping here.
Let's take FDR Drive North, Manhattan, and East 132nd Street, Bronx.
This is America. Shirley Chisholm was the first black woman to
run for president in a presidential primary. Uzo, when you were growing up, your mother actually referred to Shirley Chisholm as my fighting Shirley Chisholm.
Yes.
What did you understand her to mean back then when she would say that?
Oh, she would say, she meant that she was funky.
Yeah.
You know, she had funk. You know, and we were talking about, I have a recording where she said she was funky.
You had a recording?
Oh, yeah.
What was it? Was it like a family video? Or?
No, an audio recording as we were putting this book together. We were talking, because she's funky, you know, and she was talking about, you know, her famous quote, you know, if you don't make a seat at the table, then bring a folding chair. Yeah, my mom loved her, and she'd always do these, you know, like she's in a boxing ring, punches, you know, and she would refer to her as fighting Shirley Chisholm, just like this. Yeah, you know, she loved her. I think she loved, my mom loved groundbreakers. She loved people who weren't afraid. And I think that's actually exactly what she said about her. She was not afraid. She loved those groundbreakers, those people who were willing to go a step further, step outside the bounds and conditions that were told to them they should live by. She absolutely loved her. And so when I told her I got that job, whoa, she was so excited.
Did you tell her you were almost thinking about not taking it because of her illness?
Yeah. She understood, but was so excited that I had taken it. And she would look forward to when I would come home. She was working
יותר מאוחר, שלך באימייל?
לאימייל, ואתה צריך לחתום בין הנוטריון.
אני אבדוק יותר מאוחר, אם עכשיו נוסע עוד 5.
אין לי שגם יבוא אליך יחתום את הנוטריון.
כן, בסדר. טוב, אני אדבר אחר כך, אני עם אנשים עכשיו.
תחתכו פעמיים נוטריונים, הוא בא אליך.
כן, בסדר, אני לא יכול לדבר עכשיו, אני עם אנשים בנהיגה, נדבר אחר כך.
טוב, ביי.
Been here before?
Why we live here?
Oh, this is like a secret location.
Yeah, it's quiet. No, black. It's a little more black.
In 200 feet.
If we live in the corner with the bodegas, that's so that the cars can pass.
You've arrived. Destination is on your right.
Here is good. Okay, have a good day.
You too. Thank you so much for everything. You've been so patient.
See, I appreciate you. Welcome. You're so beautiful. Me love you long time.
Same thing.
Take care.
He's a journalist and the author of several books, including Stowaway, The Disreputable Exploits of the Rat, and Matt Frost is an entomologist who works with the New York State Integrated Pest Management Program at Cornell University. And let's bring in one more voice. One is Todd Swillick, the 3 years neuroscience student working with rats in the multiple memory systems lab at McGill University in Montreal. And according to him,
large enough. The project apartment wasn't big enough. The $500, $700 a month in food stamps wasn't enough. It never was enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. There's a big debate over the issue of abortion. That's all I'll say. I'll leave it at that. That's all I can say. But when we're talking about dysfunction and what's going on in the world, Anna Dolby, right? Remember her? Yes, I watched her life story on Netflix. A con artist, con the banks, con to everybody, right? So she's on Dancing with the Star, ankle monitor, and all. And last night she was eliminated.
What are you going to take away from this competition? Nothing. There you have it. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Dysfunction in America. I want to get to this story. I mentioned to it last night. I promise I'm going right to your phone calls. A woman is now suing Sean Diddy Combs. Curtis Lee will coming up in about 9 minutes. Suing Sean Diddy Combs for an alleged sexual assault. Took place in the early 2000s. She did not file a police report. She said she was too embarrassed to do so. According to her, Diddy and his head of security brutally raped her. Date raped her, got her to the record studio, and it was awful. And then she found out years later that they videotaped it. And she came public yesterday, and I want you to listen to what she has to say and describing what her life is like.
I go through spells of being distant and withdrawn, that it's sometimes so hard to leave my house. The trauma of the home has taken a toll on my mental health. I've had PTSD, depression, and anxiety. I'm emotionally scarred. It has been hard for me to trust others, to form healthy relationships, or even feel safe in my own skin. Flashbacks, nightmares, and intrusive thoughts make me feel like it's a constant
20
struggle.
years now you wake up.
I also suffer with physical problems such as chronic pain, sexual discomfort.
She's lying. 20 years. Now she 24 years. Now she wake up.
On my body because it's ongoing health problems and complications. The combination of physical and emotional pain has created a cycle of suffering from which it is so hard to break free.
Horrible. Absolutely horrible. I want to go to some of your telephone calls before Curtis comes in to join us. Let's go to Liz in Florida. Liz, what's on your mind?
Hi, Dominic. I agree with you. The world is dysfunctional. So terrorists, they teach their children how to hate. It's propaganda. The far left are teaching our kids, our children, the Americans, how to hate. Whoopi Goldberg is a terrorist. The View is a terrorist organization. That's my thought.
Okay, but wait, Liz, a terrorist? You believe that Whoopi Goldberg is a terrorist? Why do you say that?
Because what she's doing on national television is she's saying, Iran is right, we should get rid of Trump. Yes. And Biden, by smacking like a make-believe fly because she said he's a fly, a bug, that's what tells these kids. It was propaganda that was found by the Israelis in schools, and
this is what they're teaching them how to hate. So they teach your children how to hate.
Misinformation.
That's what they're going to do. And that's what's going to cause, God forbid, another attempted assassination. This is what is going on in America. This is what the far left is doing.
Okay, so Liz, play this out with me for a second. I hear you in terms of your beliefs. So, what was that big movie that Whoopi Goldberg played the nun? She made a couple, and I forgot the name of the movie.
Sister Act.
Sister Act, right? That's the name of the movie. Okay, so outside of Sister Act, Liz, has Whoopi Goldberg been relevant in anything else?
I don't consider her relevant, period. I don't like...
She's relevant. She's on your mind, so obviously she's relevant.
Well, she wouldn't be on my mind if I didn't listen to you and hear what happened. I don't have a so I didn't know nothing happened.
So, she was completely irrelevant after Sister Act. You wouldn't know Whoopi Goldberg from anybody else after that movie died down. But she gets to go on TV every day now, make, I'd say probably about $8 million a year, probably, maybe a little less. Just sit up there and just do the talking points for Hollywood. It's disgusting, it's horrible, but it's the way it'll work. Nobody cares, people want to get paid, and we, the other people, are just, we're suffering because we have to deal with this. Thank you so much for the call, Liz in Florida. Rosie, Long Island, what's on your mind, Rosie?
Hello, Dominic. I have two Kamala comments and a concern about January 6th.
Okay, but I'm late for a break right now, so we've got to sum this up. Go ahead, please.
All right, the lighthearted thing, which isn't really lighthearted, but what happened to the whole cultural appropriation? Nobody's screaming about that with Kamala right now. That's one. And the second one is, I think, and it's nasty, the WAP song should be her song when she goes up on stage because they made such a big deal about Trump. And nobody really wants to talk about how she got what she got.
And to have that song and Megan Thee Stallion literally gyrating at her rally in Atlanta was absolutely disgusting. But go ahead, Rosie, quickly, please.
And my concern with January 6th is I haven't heard anybody except another listener. I don't know which show it was. His name was Phil. So if you're listening, Phil, I'm with you. That January 6th, they love it because they are able now to make everyone be pants down, to be afraid to show up to protest in the peaceful way because they mixed in, I believe, like the Antifa and all those people, I believe a lot of them showed up and caused the havoc. I know some people, they deserve to be in jail, some of them, but not all of them. But I really feel that the left loves that because now a lot of us are afraid to step up and stand up with Trump in a large and mass thing. And that's against us as the people.
Rosie, you are correct. I have time to elaborate on it. I just don't, Rosie, but you are correct. Thank you for the call. We are going to take a break. When we come back, Curtis Lewa is standing by. Stay with us.
This is Dominic Carter. We're all truly blessed to have a leader like President Trump. These are the words of Goya President and CEO Bob Unanue in his new book, Lent, Donald J. Trump and the Spiritual War. Stir up hatred, division, the cancel culture, and the boycott of Goya food, igniting a spiritual war for the soul of America. Others reveal in the book that God has placed his hand on President Trump, allowing him to courageously bring America back to strength, prosperity, and to God. Order your copy of Blessed on Amazon now.
Roger Stone here with an urgent warning. Inflation is killing the dollar, and Washington is coming for your savings to pay for their spending mistakes. That's why thousands of Americans are shielding their savings with gold. For a free 2024 gold guide that explains everything you need to know, go to colonialmetalsgroup.com/stone or call 800-747-6589. That's 800-747-6589 for your free gold guide and to learn if you qualify for up to $7,500 in free silver today.
Hey, Judge Janine here.
online portal. Visit AMTAGIS.com or call 888-322-3565 to save an average of 25% on auto, home, renters, business, even pet insurance. Call 888-322-3565 today.
This is Rabbi Joseph Catholic of the New York Board of Rabbis. And this is Reverend Alvin from the Kashrut Cultural Center. Listen to the Rev and the Rabbi every Sunday morning at 7 on 77 WABC. Experience sizzling, mouth-watering, dry-aged steaks in a luxurious atmosphere at Benjamin Steakhouse in Midtown Manhattan and Westchester County. Indulge in their special tomahawk steaks and creamless cream spinach. Visit BenjaminSteakhouse.com to check out their delicious menus.
Nothing sounds like Brooklyn. Nothing looks like Brooklyn. And no health system knows Brooklyn better than Maimonides. For over 112 years, we've provided world-class care.
Can you do the sticker inspection? You have time? Inspection, yeah.
Breaking news.
Wednesday, September 25th. Good afternoon, I'm Lisa Ritchie. New York gets a new school chancellor. I'll have more on that story coming up, but first, a check on Wall Street is James Flippin.
Lisa, U.S. stocks finished mixed today. Was a choppy session. Dow component Amgen weighed on the blue chip stock average as the biotechnology company sold off. And economic data today, new home sales fell 4.7% in August. A larger decline was expected among economists. The median price per home declined. New research suggests more young Americans are turning to so-called doom spending or online shopping that aims at defeating stress. Technology today, 96% of Americans worry about the economy overall. More than a quarter of them turn to doom spending in order to feel more in control of their finances. Company-specific news, Disney Plus is cracking down on password sharing. The streaming platform will allow users to add a member outside their household for $7 per month for Disney Plus Basic or $10 for Disney Plus Premium. Just one extra member is allowed per account. Streaming giant Netflix made a similar move last year and reported success with low account cancellation. And the session's notable losers included General Motors and Ford. Energy giant Chevron also slumped. And on the whole, Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 291 points. The S&P 500 down 0.19%. The Nasdaq Composite up 0.04%. That's the 77 WABC Market Report, and I'm James Porter.
Mayor Eric Adams has named the next New York City councilor.
No matter what happens in our city still must be educated. And they must be prepared for the future. And let's just work together.
Melissa Martinez Ramos has served in the city's public school system for nearly 2 decades. Tuesday, current Chancellor David Banks announced that he will retire at the end of the year. China has test-fired an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean. It's the first known test into international waters in over 40 years. According to the Chinese Ministry of National Defense, the missile fired Wednesday was carrying a dummy warhead. President Biden stalled The View today and was asked whether his hand was forced when he decided to drop out of the presidential race.
I never fully believed the assertions that somehow there was this overwhelming reluctance in my language. I didn't sense that.
He also said that he was pleased with the decision to end his bid for a second term. Advocates are set to march through Lower Manhattan this afternoon with calls to close the Rikers Island jail complex. The Shut Rikers March from City Hall Park to Foley Square comes ahead of a federal court hearing on the jail complex. The city is supposed to close the jail by 2027, but construction for replacement jails is behind schedule. In sports, the Yanks host the Baltimore Orioles again tonight. The Mets in Atlanta facing the Braves. Your forecast from the Ramsey Monster Weather Center: clouds and scattered showers for the rest of today. A high of 68. Tonight mostly cloudy, occasional rain, low 56. Morning thunderstorms tomorrow and then cloudy, the high 77. 67 degrees and mostly cloudy outside of our Midtown studios right now. I'm Lisa Ritchie. Remember, the news never stops at WABCRadio.com.
By the student
inspection, $10. Mapi Cast. Speedboat.
Hike in property taxes. Some people in South Portland, Maine have seen price hikes up to 60% of what they were paying.
In a quarter of a mile,
Many of them
use
are
any lane to
complaining.
continue on Bruckner Boulevard.
Any lane, any lane, any lane.
South Portland, Maine, Mission 5. Or residents complaining about their high property taxes.
Any lane, any lane.
Is suggested.
Really unfortunate. Really sad, and my taxes are going up too, and have every year for the last 5 years. Seeing our property values are so high, seniors may want to consider a reverse mortgage. I know it's an ugly word, but there are. I'm just saying, I know it's horrible, but it's sort of a last resort.
So, a last resort for you senior citizens who have seen your property taxes escalate like crazy over the last 5 years. That's all right. Just go get a reverse mortgage with me. On the line, one of America's foremost authorities on taxation. He has his organization, and he has for I don't know how many years now been leading the battle to make American taxes fair to the people that actually have to pay them. The one you own is Grover Airport. Grover, thank you.
Continue straight. Then use the second or third lane from the left to stay to the left to Bruckner Boulevard.
Means now the government owns it, and they're kind of let you rent it. Crying out loud.
Use the second or third lane from the left to stay to the left to Bruckner Boulevard.
And then you won't have to worry
Any
about
lane, any lane.
high taxes because you own your house. That really does tell us everything we need to know about the politics of Maine, for instance, which has gotten increasingly left-wing. Jobs have left that state if they've just taxed the heck out of it. What this federal government's doing is bringing illegal aliens and parking them on top of some neighborhood, and then now saying we're going to be raising your taxes to pay for what Kamala Harris and Biden wanted to do. There's a reason this election is not going well for the Democrats.
Okay, so this bit is about a reverse mortgage, Grover. Let's say some of the senior citizens there who are struggling. I mean, their property tax, these are people on fixed incomes. They're not out in the workforce, many of them, unless they absolutely have to be in order to eat, because their retirement incomes can no longer sustain what has happened to them in their state. They own their own houses in some case, worked hard all of their lives, bought a house, finally 30, sometimes 40 years if they had to refi, finally got the house paid off so that they have somewhere to stay during their quote-unquote golden years, their retirement years. Now the property taxes on those homes are pushing them to the point that they don't know what to do. They go to the town council, they complain, the mayor says, well, that's okay. And by the way, he happens to be in real estate. Just go get, or someone in the family, I don't know whether it's him, go get a reverse mortgage. What happens if a senior says, well, that's my only option, let me go get a reverse mortgage? How does that work for them?
Mortgage is you borrow money from the bank, and then you pay it back, and after a while you own 100%, when you pay the loan back, you own 100% of the house. You own the house, right? A reverse mortgage is, you pay them a little bit each. That's right. You don't pay them, they pay your taxes for you. They buy your house back from you, okay? So your equity in the house
disappears every year as they take your money and spend it on taxes. And as a result, if you live long enough, they'll take in your whole house with you.
Right. They end up with the house. No more legacy for your kids. And let's say something befalls. Let's say you have a medical emergency and you have to dip into your savings and you can't pay and you can't pay these medical bills all of a sudden, and you're chewing up all the money that comes in. What happens if for some reason this whole arrangement goes wacky? You lose the house?
Oh, yes. No, this is, you are expecting to lose the house. You are losing a piece of the house every year in a reverse mortgage. In a real mortgage, you're owning more and more of the house. In a reverse mortgage, the government, the idiot left-wing mayor, comes and takes more and more of your house every year. You get to live in it until they take it all away.
And then at that point, if you live long enough, they tell you, you got to go. We own the house.
Get out of the house. Yep, get out of the house here. Yep. So this is amazingly abusive by a politician. The contempt that person shows. These are all his decisions, by the way. He decided to put these people up in the city and take the federal government's money. I mean, and loot his own taxpayers to pay for this. And you just wonder why he thinks he can treat taxpayers with that level of contempt. But he's gotten away with it so far.
Okay. Now, in the time we have left with you, Grover, let's talk about taxes in general. What should the American public expect if Kamala Harris, what little plan we know of, she's going to raise corporate taxes again. Also, she's going to somehow or another go into grocery stores and make sure that the food labels are changed so that they're more affordable. She's going to go in there with a little price clicker or whatever it is and put new prices on items to make sure that people aren't price gouging. What else do we know about Kamala Harris's plan as far as American taxpayers are concerned?
Okay. To begin with, she says, and we have it on video at kamalanomics.org, kamalanomics.org, her video where she says again and again and again and again, step one, day one, I'm going to repeal the Trump 2017 tax cuts. What does that mean? That means every American who pays federal income taxes will see their rates increase. Every last one will see their rates increase because everybody saw their rates cut under Trump. Then the doubling of the per-child tax credit, that goes away. The expensing, when a business doesn't have to pay taxes on new investment to make their workers more efficient and effective so they can earn more money, that will go away. So if your employer wants to buy you a new computer, they're going to have to pay taxes on it, which makes it less likely for you to get the new computer, which makes you less productive over time, and your pay increases more slowly. Then he's going to, in addition, have a second death tax. First, on all the inflation during your lifetime. About 20% of the value of everything you own is Biden inflation. And you'll pay death taxes on that inflation so they can capitalize on the inflation they've caused. And then you have the regular death tax, but that's only if you're stupid enough to die. And then they also are taking the corporate income tax, which was 35% when Biden was vice president. Trump and the Republicans took it down to 21. Trump wants to take it to 15. What does that mean? That means before, we used to compete. We would pay 35% corporate rate, American businesses. China, 25. Europe, about 25. So that whenever we competed with other countries, we couldn't compete on lower taxes. We couldn't compete on less regulations. We'd have to compete on keeping wages down. We don't want to do that. We want to compete on low taxes, low cost of government, high wages in the United States, not low wages. And she's going to put us back in the position of being uncompetitive with Chinese businesses, uncompetitive with Japan, uncompetitive with Europe, by having every American business be taxed at the very beginning. There's also a lower tax rate that Trump put together for smaller businesses, subchapter S corporations, where people pay taxes on
on their business, but at the personal level, not at the corporate level. That was brought down 20%. That will go up. That's a lot of small businesses, a lot of self-employed people, massive tax increase. Also, she says she's going to raise taxes on energy. There's no ceiling on that promise. Who knows what kind of gasoline prices we'd have under her, or the price of home heating oil, air conditioning, natural gas. All of those prices go up. She won't tell us how much. My guess is it's not because it's a small number, but because it's a big number. There is no end to the number of tax ideas. Oh, then there's the unrealized capital gains tax. She says that'll only be on rich people, but that'll last until, she changes her mind. And it'll affect everybody. And that says you own a house, you own land, you own shares of stock in a 401k or an IRA. They go up in value, all right? Give up stock that you're going to retire on. They say, stock that went up. Yeah, that's great. I'm going to retire on it. You owe us that amount of money that it went up, right? And we're going to say that's income. I said, what do you mean income? I haven't sold any of it. No. It's an unrecognized capital gain, meaning you haven't recognized it. You haven't earned it, right? You haven't sold your house or your land or your investments for your retirement, and you will now have to pay taxes on money you don't have. So you have to sell
Wait.
Sorry.
You have a tax investment. On paper, your investment has gone up. Only on paper.
Correct.
And they're going to tax you on the paper value. You don't even have the money in your pocket. They want to tax the money that's on paper.
Yeah. So sell some of your stock, sell some of your house, sell some of your phone. Give us the cash. That's her plan. That is her plan. That is the legislation she has endorsed. This person is crazy. There were 12 countries in Europe that had wealth taxes, which is sort of like what this
That's a goddamn ridiculous.
They're now only 4. Because Europe thought it was too much on the structure. And the others are enormously reduced. So it's not like nobody's ever done it before. Maybe it'll work.
In 400 feet, stay to the right to east 135th Street. Stay to the right to east 135th Street. 61st Street.
I'm issuing you right now an invitation to please come
In 900 feet,
Let's have a long
turn left on
discussion
St.
on
Anne's
what the
Avenue.
ramifications.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hi, man. So, sorry, but I'm here, but Rachel is not in the school. How can I access to the...
Yeah, okay. You can either go upstairs and knock on the door. If the lady is not there, then just take the key from, you see on upstairs, you see a box, number D. I'll give you the code. 1 second. If the lady open for you, okay. If not, I'll give you the code.
It's apartment D?
Yeah, apartment D. Knock on the door. Maybe she's there.
Okay, let me see. I don't see it.
Oh, okay. Okay, the code is 2019.
Just a second. He's not here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Downstairs, the D downstairs, the code is 981. The box downstairs, the box D, the code 981.
Just give me a second.
Yes, stay on the phone. Stay on the phone. Yeah.
What is the code?
981.
Okay, just give me a second.
981.
Okay. 981. Just three numbers?
981. That's the D, the lockbox D.
Sure. Just three numbers.
What number? 981. The D, the box D, 981, and then push.
981.
There, that's it.
And something else?
Yeah, that's it. Just push the button and you open the thing.
Okay. 981. And to close?
Just same number and then close.
981. Here.
Yeah, we put a towel on the floor, then you look up at the ceiling, you see it was leaking.
Just there?
You see the table in the living room, and you see, and also in the bathroom, from the ceiling, bathroom and that thing. You see the paint also fell off the paint because of the water leak.
Okay. Let me check something.
You take a picture.
Okay.
Yeah. I have to close the line. Sorry, I have to close the line. Check something.